was affected, but I couldn't start my Whatnot app for some reason on my phone. So I shut my phone off after 2 tries and then reopened it. And here we are. So it looks like I'm the only guy here so far. These are your choices. I'm giving you close-ups. These are your chances. These are your choices for today, round 2 of round 2 Sketch Cover Madness, the color edition. Choose your favorite. We've got Angela from Spawn/Marvel Comics, and she's in a pose like Beta Ray Bill in that famous Thor. I think it's issue 237. And then we've got an original drawing by me, Spidey versus the Goblin. That was for DC, for 5DF. There he is in the house. And then we've got the Human Fly in the alleyway where Spider-Man quit being Spider-Man. Let me guess which piece 5D voted for. But this is the same alleyway from Amazing Spider-Man number 50 where Peter Parker quits being Spider-Man. And this is the concept. And then the Human Fly enters the scene and tears up Spidey's costume. And then this is Snake Eyes and his pet wolf, Timber, I think. I'm not a G.I. Joe. I'm not the most knowledgeable about G.I. Joes. I think his name is Timber. That's the wolf. Snake Eyes with his wolf. All right. Let's. I just walked in the door, so I had to get my hair cut and look presentable for this weekend because I'm going to the Northeast Comic Con once again. Let's see, Whatnot open show. Up first, we got to go to past because I've got nothing in the store. And we're going to clone items. And then we're going to select episode 250. That's this one right here, 250, man. Holy cow. We're at 250. And I'm scrolling past hundreds of items. I'm going to clone them for episode 250. And here we are. Looks good so far. I think we're okay. I'm not sure we're okay. There we are. There's the camera. Ooh, a lot of glitching today. I wonder what's going on. A lot of glitching. I had to restart my phone twice to get the app rolling. And then here's my laptop, which is blinking on and off. Let me just quit out of that. Just to confirm that there's no more blinking on and off. I'm going to reset my laptop so I can read the chat better. All right. There it is. Good. Okay, great. It's just me in the room, looks like. Me and one person who I don't know. Does it run Montrose? It's so weird that my phone has people who have joined that are not on my laptop. So I don't know what the hell's going on, frankly. But thanks for joining us if you're here. And don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch. Don't forget. And now I'm going to check out my YouTube page. Also weird that it's episode 250, but on YouTube it's episode 249. Someday I'll try to figure out what the deal is there. It's a little bit like the celestial elliptical, I think it was called. I listened to a little blurb, like a little whatnot, or a little one of those short videos, like a TikTok video with Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was explaining that the Earth not only rotates, it not only revolves around the sun, but it also wobbles at the pole. So uh, it makes a complete wobble every 26,000 years. So um, the stars, the skies, the constellations that we see today are actually slightly adjusted from what people saw, say, in ancient Egypt. So he speculates that if your zodiac sign is, say, a Leo, like in my case, it would be Leo. Um, 4,000 years ago, um, it was you were a Virgo. So, in other words, over 4,000 years, the constellations have shifted in the great celestial map. Uh, uh, One whole sign, or yeah, like 12 degrees or something like that, because of the wobble of the Earth, um, as it rotates and revolves. So very fascinating. So I forgot what my point was. Oh yeah. Eventually I'll care enough to wobble over to YouTube and figure out why the numbering on my episodes is one behind. Like right now, you can see we're on episode 250, but if you go to YouTube, it's the same show live streaming, but the title is episode 249. So we've got a wobble. We've got a eBay or a YouTube wobble. All right, welcome to the wobble. There we go. Welcome to the Wobble episode. We're actually live streaming episode 250 on Whatnot. I'll put this into just for my own notes. No idea why YouTube. There we go. That's absolutely, actually, I just typed in the chat on YouTube just to remind me that I need to address the problem with the titles of the episodes not joining up. Okay, cool. I hope you guys had a good Wednesday. I sure did. I got a commission that I have to do. I'm gonna officially. Um, I'm gonna officially. Looks like my stream is behind schedule on my laptop. Also, not sure what's going on today. A lot of strange behavior. I'm gonna officially do the tally on these because I'm also adding Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook votes to this contest this time around. I don't think I did that last time. We've had a few March Madnesses. Um, Here's our March Madness. We've got 19 likes and how many votes? 10 votes. All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. For one. Number two. Two. Number one. Number two. Tight race. Number two. Number four. Love Thor homage for the Spawn Angela cover, but excellent eggs all around with this. Oh, thank you, Mark. Mark, you're the best. Ed offers no comment other than compliments all around. That doesn't help the contest, but thank you, Ed. All right. And then we're going to, I have 2 accounts on Facebook. Don't ask me why, but I do. So I'm going to my Joe St. Pierre art page. Oh, I remember why. Because for a long time, you couldn't get more friends after 5,000. I don't know if that's still true. I can't tell what's going on with Facebook, but I added another page. It's called Joe St. Pierre art page, and you can find the same content there as on my regular Facebook page. Look at this. We got all votes for number 3 and a vote for James. James in the 4 slot again. That's weird. Yesterday you were in the 4 slot, and now another piece that belongs to James is in the bottom right corner, and he's voting for his own piece, of course. A lot of votes for 3 on the art page. Interesting. Let's go to Blue Sky, where I get no feedback at all from anything. But we got to try. Oh, here's Age 21. Maybe he did something. Oh, it looks like I may have forgotten to post. It looks like I forgot to post the sketch cover madness on my Blue Sky. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know if anyone's even here yet. It's early. It's early. Okay. Miss Mayhem in the house. Hello, Ange. Ange says, hello, Miss Mayhem. Ange says, hi, Joe. Hello, Ange. I saw your text a little late because you said your wife would be the tiebreaker, but I had already decided that Sonia was going to be the tiebreaker. So she broke the tie yesterday. We had equal votes for Black Cat and Galactus, and she said Black Cat was sexist and that they're X's, and she doesn't like storylines with X's in them. So Galactus wins. And she, like Miss Mayhem, she just liked the drawing. She didn't know who this guy was. She called him Gadget Guy. So much like Miss Mayhem, just like the drawing. Thought it was cool. And so Galactus moves on to the semifinals. Say goodbye to Black Cat, War Machine, and Venom. I got to be honest, I'm getting surprised 3 out of 3 times. 3 out of 3 times so far. The one that the piece that I guess would win has not won once yet. So here's round 2 of Sketch Cover Madness, the color edition. It's a tight race, especially between 2 and 3. So you guys vote for your favorite. Every answer is correct. There's no wrong answer. If you like something, you like it. These are randomly positioned, randomly chosen. I picked a few pieces out of 64 that I thought were like the the better pieces, so I call them one seeds. I spread out the seeds across all of the rounds in black and white and in color, and the rest I just randomly selected and inserted. So there's no real um, method to any of this madness other than just me picking some of my favorites and just making sure that they didn't all end up on the same stream or on the same contest. I'm kind of spreading some of my favorites out. So, other than that, they're all randomly chosen, they're all randomly positioned on the page. So, there's no method or anything to the process. You just vote for your favorite. So far, we got 3 votes. Thank you guys for voting. Thanks to Falcor 000 also. Falcor 000 gets a foil variant. For helping spread the newsy yesterday on the Comic Tom podcast. Spread the newsy. I also got a commission to do, probably due tomorrow. So no pressure, no pressure. Miss Mayhem voted for Green Goblin. So Miss Mayhem, you know who Green Goblin is. That's good. That's a start. I guess he's pretty popular. Thank you for sharing in the stream. It's weird because every time I walk into a CVS now, I think of Miss Mayhem, and I'm like, I wonder what she's what she's setting up. What season is it now? I always think that now whenever I go into a CVS. The trick to Spidey is not to do a lot of muscular details in the red part with the webs because they'll interfere with the web design. You want to be able to read the web pattern very easily. So the better Spider-Man artists know to lay off the red area for the musculature, and of course you can get crazy all you want with the blue/black area. I know Eric Larson has often said that he thinks that Spider-Man's costume is red and black, but I just always thought it was red and dark blue. If you read the earlier first, I never officially established when the color change happened, but the early issues of Spidey, Amazing Spider-Man, his costume is actually more purple, red and purple. It's kind of interesting. Have you guys noticed that? or am I colorblind? I do have trouble with reds and browns and pinks and greens in certain areas of the spectrum, but I have I haven't officially been diagnosed as colorblind because I do see colors. But have you ever taken the color blindness test? It's like a whole bunch of dots, different colored dots, and they're all in that color spectrum, the pinks and the light greens and the oranges and the tans, and people who are uh, properly color sighted can see a number in this picture, right? And then people who are colorblind can see another number in the picture. It's kind of an interesting test. Um, I've taken the test a few times, and I could never see the number that properly sighted people could see. And also couldn't see the number that colorblind people see. But if I tried hard and concentrated, I could start to see the number that colorblind people see. So I don't, I don't know what I am. It's been decades since I took the test. But Sonia, my wife, she thinks I'm colorblind. But I colored all these. Is this a colorblind person's work? Summer is upstairs on the pallets. We get sunglasses and bathing suits and beach buckets for sandcastles and stuff like that. Miss Mayhem is laughing. Love the fly cover, says Ange. You had never seen the fly cover, Ange? I'm surprised I haven't broken that out here on the stream. Miss Mayhem says, yes, I know most of characters. Miss Mayhem says, Summer is upstairs on the pallets. And she looks those excited, emojis. Ange says, is the fly cover your original, or did you gain inspiration from another cover or picture that was similar? This is a concept by James, the customer, co-worker, because it was his idea. He said he wanted the human fly, and he wanted him to be in the same alleyway as Amazing Spider-Man 50 when Peter Parker quit being Spider-Man. So it's the concept is we're in that alleyway from Amazing 50. The human fly shows up and he's tearing up the costume that Peter Parker left behind in that issue. That was the concept. Pretty original, right? Never did anything like it. And I love the human fly. I don't know why. I've read maybe 2 comics with him in it. I'm thinking Amazing Annual number 10 and 193, I think. 192, 193, Amazing 193. So I read 2 comics with him in it. For some reason, I love him, probably because he has the same origin story as the Scorpion. And I love the Scorpion. You guys know I'm a Scorpion fan. I think he was made by the same scientist, uh, whose name escapes me at the moment. But so that's the history behind that one. This one I did here on the stream. I'm going blank on the client slash collaborator, but we did this here on the stream. This was a fun one. This is DCF's piece that we did on the stream. This one is Daytona IROC's piece. He commissioned me, I think it was last year, at the Old School Comic Show, which is next month. So this piece is almost a year old. Weird coincidence. Like I said, these are randomly selected, randomly positioned for the most part. And Daytona had 2 pieces in the last 2 days. He won the War Machine on a round of Mental Metal. and he commissioned me for the Snake Eyes Timberwolf. Weird coincidence that they're both in the bottom corner. What else we got? It's called a Phalant test. Oh, is that the colorblind test? Okay. Paluk says, "Good morning, everyone." Hello, Joe. VIP Paluk's in the house. Good morning, Paluk's, says Miss Mayhem. So yeah, I've taken the Phalant test a couple times. Thank you for letting me know what that's called. I know they say that John Byrne, icon, his just historical artist, is truly colorblind. Like he has to label his pencils red and blue and stuff like that. I mean, I could see red and blue and green and purple and violet and pink. I could see all that stuff. It's just a certain area of the spectrum which it starts to, I guess, blur together for me. I'm not sure. I took the Phalant test at Macy's. I I worked at Macy's in Herald Square when I was in college. I can't imagine for the life of me why I would have to take a colorblind test at Macy's. I worked at Macy's for a while, but one summer I worked, this was in between college years. I worked at Macy's in Herald Square and I lived in Astoria, Queens. So I lived on the last stop on the N line, N train. And for a while it was pretty reliable. And so if I was due at 9 o'clock at Macy's at work, um, I'd jump on the N train at like say 8:30 on the dot. I guess maybe because we were the last stop. We were also the first stop going back into the city. So I guess maybe that's why it was reliable schedule wise. So I'd jump on the N train at 8:30 and it would pull in um, Herald Square, which is right there. Literally, the subway stop was right there. If you come out the right exit, you were literally right there at Macy's. Um, and I'd pull into Macy's at 8:55, get on the train at 8:30, pull into Herald Square at 8:55, punch in, and I'm on the floor. It was pretty tight schedule for that summer. I wonder what it's like now. That was many years ago, though, folks. Before you whatnot whippersnappers were born. You whatnot whippersnappers probably don't know what Macy's even is. What am I talking about? I'm just rambling about stuff that you guys never heard of. At Macy's of all places, LOL. Macy's, as far as the colorblind test, yeah, who knows why? I vivid memories of sitting in somebody's office, which was very, it's in New York City. There's no luxury office space in a department store, so it's this like little nook of an office, and I'm sitting there with this person, and they're opening this book and asking me. It was like a book, a hardcover book with like thick paper pages, and they were like, "Tell me what this number is." And I'm like, I don't see anything. I don't see a number. And they're like, do you see 17? And I'm like, no. Do you see 71? And I'm like, no, but maybe I can. It's like that kind of scenario. I'll have to take a Phalant test. A more I'll take one so that I have a more updated diagnosis. Yeah, but weird that Macy's. Maybe, maybe there was some kind of fashion or something. Maybe you'd be required to combine items for display purposes or something, and you'd have to have a sense of color. Maybe? I could, but I don't know. It was also at Macy's that someone threw something at me, threw a gummy bear at me, a sugared gummy bear, which was stale and hard, and he hit me right in the eye and scraped my cornea. And never saw the guy again after that. He got fired very rapidly. It's okay. Macy's isn't the end of your life if you lose your job. One of the most painful experience I've ever had is having your cornea swiped. I don't recommend it. Scraped. Did I say swiped? Scraped. Don't recommend it. Is impossibly painful. I mean, of course, no, I've never been shot in the kneecap, or I've never taken a sledgehammer to the head. I imagine all of those things are very painful. But the most the most painful experience I've ever had was taking a sugared gummy bear to the eyeball. And the thing was is that I had to wait overnight to see an eye doctor. So I had to go home and um, basically sleep it off until the next morning. I'm not sure why I didn't go to the emergency room, actually, now that you mentioned it. Or maybe I did. Maybe I'm just remembering things wrong. I may have gone to the emergency room and they said you have to wait for an eye doctor, blah, blah, blah. But I do remember being home at that same Astoria, Queens address, lying in bed, just not able to sleep because my eye was in so much pain. And I couldn't close my eye because the eyelid kind of irritated it, and I couldn't keep my eye open because the air, just the air was just so painful on my eyeball. So it was a rough night. I still remember it. Feels like yesterday, actually. And the doctor was very kind. He's very cool, the eye doctor. And he said, "Oh, yeah, the cornea heals perfectly. It doesn't scar, it doesn't leave scar tissue. So you'll never have that pain again." And I am proof that that is incorrect because there's some days when my eyes, well, I'll wake up and my eyes will be really dry. and and then my eyelid will I guess pass over my cornea, and it's like it just happened again. Just super painful. But once my eye gets moist, once the conditions inside my eyeball start to moisten up, it goes away. But it's some painful shit, folks. I think Jack White from the White Stripes bought one of his signature guitars at Macy's and still uses it till this day. No kidding. I wish I got to work in the music department at Macy's. That would have been fun. Yeah, Macy's didn't have bad stuff per se. I mean, it was a department store, so I mean, they had high-end, all kinds of high-end, depending on the department, they had some high-end versions of whatever that department was. I used to work in an area called the Arcade, which I don't know if it's still there or not. I haven't been in Macy's, New York, in a long time, since before you whippersnappers were born. So at the time, our arcade was between the, it was on the main floor between the cosmetics slash perfume and the main floor, which was mostly clothing, women's clothes and handbags and accessories, stuff like that. So it was Macy's, the store was more horizontal like this. The arcade went across. There were a bunch of rotating shops in there. And so one shop was New York City touristy kind of tchotchkes, snow globes and T-shirts and pencil sets and all kinds of New York City themed things. And then I remember another shop might be David's Cookies, which is where they also sold gummy bears, and that's the guy, the David's Cookies guy, is the one who scraped my cornea with the stale gummy bear. And then they'd have like a polo shop. Ralph Lauren had a clothing line. I don't know if he still does, but I worked in the polo shop a lot. And they even had themed, t-shirt themed. One was a t-shirt theme which was about dinosaurs, but it was like pop culture dinosaurs. So it would have been something like a beer. The t-shirt would have a character, a drawing of a dinosaur, you know, kind of Mad Magazine style dinosaur, and it would say underneath Beerosaurus and define the version of dinosaurs. Like he loves beer, you know, all day long and drink it all the time. And there'd be a picture of a dinosaur um, drinking beer. Or there'd be a guy, you know, Gorgosaurus, and show a guy eating all kinds of food and stuff like that. And there were probably about 30 of them, different dinosaurs with different character quirks. I actually met the guy. His name is Cliff Galbraith. Cliff is the guy who designed those T-shirts, and he had a convention in New Jersey for a while. What was it called? I think it was called Garden State Comic Con. I could be wrong about that, but I think it was called the Garden State Comic Con. But yeah, he's a very cool guy. But I met him, and we talked a little bit, and he told me that part of his history. Um, and I was like, dude, I was selling I was selling your T-shirts like regularly when I was in college working at Macy's. And he was, oh, that's so cool. So we had a little bonding moment. He must have made a fortune on that, just at the New York Macy's arcade store. So good for him. For some reason, they also had a Superman shop. It was around the time that John Byrne was doing Superman. I forgot. Was there a movie out at the time? Maybe they usually did things that corresponded with, you know, events. Like they had a Batman shop when the Batman Michael Keaton movie came out. They had a Batman shop. So there must have been a Superman movie at some point. Because I remember working in that shop, and they actually had comic books in the Macy's arcade store. Um, Superman comics drawn by John Byrne. I thought that was kind of cool. What brought that shit up? I haven't thought about that stuff in years. What kind of tear do you whippersnappers get me on? I never got to work in the music section of the Macy's department store. I'm a little disappointed. That sounds like a cool place to work. And it would have been nice if I took some freaking lessons. I'm so into music. Love it. Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch, which is currently being covered. But I'll uncover it so you can read. Pick your favorite cover. You like Angela? Then you vote for number one. You like Spidey and Green Goblin? And you vote for number two. You like the Human Fly, Spidey's lesser known villain, who I think is totally cool. Vote for number three. Are you a G.I. Joe fan? You have no choice but to vote for number four. Do, 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 do. I guess William Shatner's having some surgery, right? We wish him well. My favorite TV show is the OG Star Trek. My favorite show of all time. What are your favorite TV shows? You don't have to give me your number one, or if you can't decide what your number one is, fire them at me. What are your favorite TV shows? I think number two is my number two favorite TV show might be Starsky and Hutch. It may have changed over time because I've seen some TV lately that's been really crushingly good. Never too late to learn some guitar. Do you play, Palooks? I have a guitar right here and a piano right here in the living room. And Sonia took lessons, piano lessons, for a while, but she essentially abandoned it once we moved to Danvers. So that piano's been sitting here for a long time, basically untouched. I'll poke at it a little bit once in a while, but it's really just eating up space, I'm sorry to say. I'm ashamed to say, actually. at Sophia in the house. Angry Geek. VIP Sophia. Hello. She's on Twitch. What's your Twitch handle on Twitch, Sophia? You should try. I don't know if you can do video games on Whatnot, but I was going to say you should try Whatnot too. But I have a feeling you probably can't stream video games on Whatnot. There she is. Anybody on Twitch? Go follow her. She's the best. We're going to see you this weekend at Northeast, right? You should come on my stream as a co-host when you have time, and I'll put you on, and you can do what you do on the Angry Geeks here. I think that would be fun. And then Lewis will get jealous because you're co-hosting my stream instead of his show. NECC. Oh, thank you. Sophia's the best. She's the best. Yeah, we'll talk about it at the Northeast Comic Con. Maybe we'll schedule a time you can come on and liven this place up. Because a lot of times when I'm drawing and I'm trying to focus, I lose my brain capacity to talk to people at the same time. So it's always helpful to have someone around to kind of fill in the blank spaces. Like when I really get in the zone, I'm not a talker. I have to use my brain capacity for drawing purposes only. So it would be so cool if you could like come on and chat with the folks like you do so well on Angry Geeks. It would be so, what a cool idea that would be, actually. I like it. Lewis's face mask is a must. Gotcha. Yes, I've got Lewis's face mask set aside. I'm bringing it to the show. I've got a pile of things that I'm bringing to Northeast Comic Con on the table in my living room. So we got to bring Lewis's mask. I'm all fresh. I got my hair cut today. Got my hair done, so I'm gonna look presentable at Northeast Comic Con. Here's the thing. It's like I don't want this thing getting interfered with this thing. So we've got a fist here that told you it gets quiet when I need to focus. Yeah, I've got a fist here that, I don't know. It'll look weird if I draw that. I'm going to draw it. And if it looks weird, I'll erase it. Sophia, did you vote for? Are you still here? Did you vote for your favorite sketch? You got to vote for your favorite sketch. Now that I cleared my my tabletop, you can see all 4 sketches. Which one did you vote for? I voted 2. Nice. It looks like 2 is in the lead today. Number 2 in the lead. But the other one's only 3 votes behind. Okay, so actually I got to tape this back down because I got to draw this moon, this harvest moon in the background. I got to draw it with a compass, and I don't want the comics to be moving around. So I don't want these comics moving around while I'm drawing a circle in ink. That would not be a good thing. Okay. Sophia says, as much as I'd like to say I gotta head out, have a great rest of the stream. I popped in on the YouTube side before jumping in here. Oh, cool. Thanks for doing that. Look, there you go. Thanks for letting me know, because I keep forgetting to check out the YouTube to see if there's any activity there. So thanks for letting me know. Have a great day, and we'll see you this weekend. Sweet. Oh, nice to know that YouTube is getting some attention today. All right, where'd my compasses go? Sophia, everybody, give her some applause. VIP, Angry Geek. She has her own TV show on in the Northeast on public access. She's a big shot. So show her some love. Let's see. Where am I? Where are my eyedropper at? Aha! You little bugger. Remember, don't buy this. This ink is beat. Ooh. Mm. Oh, this is the beat one. Don't buy this one. Let's see what this one works. This might be the first time I've broken this one out. It's not even black. Oh, that's funny. I'm getting a good look at the quality of the paper on the different covers. Isn't that funny? You can see that the Spider-Man one is more porous and the ink is kind of bleeding a little bit. Hmm. Fucked something up, didn't I? Really fucked something up. Hmm. Interesting. That's a screw up, but easy to repair. No worries. I can see the hole that I used for the compass point, but there's some drift happening in there somehow. Maybe we can replay the video and find out what happened. Or not, and just keep moving on. See you tomorrow and this weekend. Oh, thank you, thank you. You're too kind. And she's also Sophia's also a karaoke star too. She does a lot of Guns N' Roses. At least that's what she tells me. I've never seen her do it. This is the tricky angle when you've got Spidey's torso twisting and then his head on profile. It's tough to keep tabs on the web pattern. Uh, let's do this. Okay, this has already become a cheat because that center line should be from here. Let's see if I can. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Hmm. All right. Hmm. Unless you're drawing super realistic photographic like an Alex Ross or something. I give you leeway to cheat with the web pattern. The idea is to make it look good from every angle, even if in reality I think there's 12 webs that radiate from the center between his eyes. Even when they get really smushed on his neck, you still want, in reality, they would get smushed around his neck. You just want to make it look good in picture form. So it's okay to take a little artistic license. I have an 8-inch Mego doll. I never used it for reference because, for that exact reason, because it was 3D. Is he here? I think he's in storage. Yeah, I think Spidey's in storage. But you can actually see with the Mego figure how the webs just all kind of smush together on his neck. It's not artistically pleasing. More important to make him look like a badass than to look realistic. I'll be back in a bit. Gotta work. LOL. What is this work you guys keep talking about here on the stream? I have no idea what you mean. Except that I'm at work now. Let's say I'm a 9 to 5er, usually. Um, this is my work. So I want him to be lit from below too. And should I do that now? Or should I lay in the webs? I think I'll do it now. I can erase these pencils. Let's do the webs and then erase the pencils. Yeah, I love hearing you guys' work stories. Like I'm in a meeting right now while they're on whatnot. That's the best. I love hearing that one. Looking good as always, man. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you. Let's get some votes going. Vote for your favorites today. It's a tight race on Facebook and Instagram. So it's up to you whatnot whippersnappers to seal the deal. Vote for your favorite. Angela, who started as a Spawn character and is now Thor's sister, I think. And then Spidey versus Goblin, classic battle matchup. And we got the Human Fly in the alleyway where Spider Man quit being Spider Man. Amazing 50. And we've got Snake Eyes with his pet dog, Sniffer. Yeah, it's cool. These work on their own. They don't have to be hooked up with each other. That's kind of neat. It would be an interesting experiment if two different people bought these pieces and then met somewhere and joined them together. It's a tight race. We've got Angela running neck and neck with Spidey and the Goblin. That's very interesting. Vote for your favorite. Whatnot voters will be the deciding factor in this one. So yeah, we want to keep the same idea as this guy. We want the light source to be the same. So we're going to lay some blacks on here. Speaking of guitars, let's listen to some music news. It's all right here for us because this is GeekWire. What's going on, my friend? GeekWire. But it's twisted this week, if you know what I'm talking about. I think I do. Yeah, some big news coming out of this. Like we were news for the other day, and what always seems to happen, and it probably will happen here again today. News featuring musicians you whatnot whippersnappers don't know anything about, but it's all good. Push back by a day or two. We actually get to talk about Sebastian Bach joining Twisted Sister. Who would ever thought that? This is a weird situation because we talked about Dee announcing his retirement and that he wasn't going to be playing with them on the road, and then like most of us, because the press release said that the rest of the band was going to discuss future plans if there are any, and we were like, well, of course there's not going to be anything. Right. And then they go and do this, and I have different thoughts on this. He is the right guy to do the job. I would give that for sure. He's the right. He's even built kind of similarly to Dee and has a kind of the same type of stage presence. I'm not going to say he's the front man Dee is. I still think Dee's better. But if you're going to go out and fulfill these shows, I mean, it does harken back to the Axl joining AC/DC thing. So, and another person who not known for being on his best behavior, but was when he was put in that situation. So
maybe that will work out this way. I mean, it's better for Sebastian if he's not in Skid Row either way. So I think he's got a better chance of this being a success than going back with those guys. But I don't know. But like I said in my Facebook post, I wonder how long it's going to take before JJ and Eddie are ready to wring his neck. But I hope that he'll be on his best behavior because the people that are going to go to these shows, I think if they can get along and he can get up there and do his thing, I think he could do a good job doing this. And there's another member joining the band that we'll get to in a minute. But what were your initial thoughts when we heard this?
Well, like you said, when they made the announcement that Dee was basically retiring from Twisted Sister, we both kind of said, "Well, that's the end of Twisted Sister. I mean, who else can you get? I mean, Dee Snider is one of a kind. You know, he kind of is Twisted Sister in a lot of ways. You know, he's the first one you think of. He's by himself on album covers. You know, he's the face of that band. And without him, you think, well, no Twisted Sister without Dee Snider. And then this got announced, and same thing. I thought, well, yeah, you know, that makes a whole lot of sense. You know, Sebastian Bach, out of anybody, is going to do an awesome job, and I would actually like to see it. My first thought went back to a CD that came out. It had to have been late '90s, early 2000s. It was a Twisted Sister tribute album, and a bunch of different bands on it. But my favorite song on there was always Sebastian Bach doing a cover of, oh, what song was it? Oh, doing a cover of "You Can't Stop Rock and Roll," and it
I
is
gotta be honest,
awesome.
I'm
By
not familiar with
the
this
best
music.
song on there, and he does an amazing job with it. And I thought, yeah,
But I
he's the
did see
guy.
Twisted
And I
Sister
thought, I wonder
in
if he's going to try
concert,
to dress up like Dee
but
Snider.
I couldn't tell you like the songs they sing and stuff.
And I thought,
But I
no,
went to
he
see the
probably
opening
shouldn't do
act,
that. I've seen some
which was
AI
Dokken
pictures
with my brother.
of people kind of
Long
superimposing
time
like
ago.
Dee Snider's hair and
Long before you
costume
whatnot
movies
whippersnappers were
of
born.
Sebastian Bach. It's disturbing.
Well, Twisted Sister has gone hog wild making a lot of posts about it. But one of the posts they put out was a video file of just the logo with his name over it, and it was the music and him singing. It was that track from the tribute album.
Oh, that's cool.
And I had
It's
forgotten about that
convenient.
tribute album, and I hit play on it, and I'm listening, and I'm thinking it's just the Twisted Sister version. That's how close it was, and it took me a second. I'm like, oh, that's Bach. So I mean, like I said, he's well equipped to do this. But at the same time, I don't know. And I'm not a big Twisted Sister diehard. I'm happy for him though, because he was like one of the early big fans of theirs. So it's cool that it's kind of like Tommy Thayer getting to play Ace. So it's kind of cool that he's getting this opportunity. I do wish him the best. But I don't know. I'll be cautiously optimistic about his behavior, because even if he doesn't drive them crazy as being an asshole, he could also go the other way and be like Chris Farley interviewing Paul McCartney and be like, "Remember when you guys released Under the Blade? That was awesome."
That was
They're
awesome.
gonna get tired of that.
Yeah. I think he'll probably be on his best behavior. Like you said about Axl Rose being with AC/DC. You know, always showed up on time, did a great job. I still would have loved an album with that lineup. That would have been amazing. Didn't have to call it AC/DC, but man, him singing those AC/DC songs was great. By all accounts, he was on his best behavior. So it's the difference between guys being with people that you would consider to be peers versus guys you consider to be legends. You know, Sebastian Bach hanging out with Skid Row. You know, he looks at them guys as peers, maybe even a little less than himself. But when he's with Twisted Sister, he's going to look at those guys as heroes and legends. So I'm sure he's probably going to be on his best behavior.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting to watch how it plays out, and I don't know. We'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know. I don't think he's going to dress up like Dio. I really hope he doesn't.
And it's
I
kind
can
of
see him
sad when
doing
you're
it
talking
though.
about a grown man going, "Yeah, I hope he'll be on his best behavior." What the hell? Why do you guys say that? He's a grown man
Exactly.
with a reputation.
Yeah, I'm not going
With
to
a
take
reputation for being a dick.
Like I said, I'll be cautiously optimistic, but if it all goes to shit within 2 gigs, I will not be surprised either.
Yeah, I would definitely go see it. I bet you it'd be an awesome show.
Well, I wonder what the plan is. I think, I don't know, Twisted Sister the last 20 years basically has just been a festival act and mostly done Europe. So, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, M3 is taking a beating on the lineup they did announce. If they want to get back in people's good graces, they should book Twisted Sister with Bass. But, or Rocklahoma, which is no longer anything like Rocklahoma used to be.
Yeah.
It's,
And then I see on here it says that Dee Snider gave Sebastian his full blessing to do it.
yeah, and I think they've been friends for a long time, so that's cool. I get the feeling, JJ and Eddie got to pay bills, so
Yep.
Yep. I don't blame them. If you can make money and there's a demand, go make it. And especially
Yep.
if with Bach in the band, you've got a good, capable frontman that can still sing. So
Yep.
more power to you. I didn't put this in the notes in the list for today. I'll divert for a second. Just now I'm thinking about it. We just did the Bon Jovi Best and Worst Part 1. And right around the time we put it out, John, the band Bon Jovi and John was interviewed on a Tony Robbins special on YouTube.
Ooh.
I don't know why, but the interview is really good. But then it cuts to them doing song, and the interview is about John getting his voice back and how he's doing so much better. And then they cut to the music where they play it. Man, it may be this much, like, I'm putting two fingers very close together, this much better, but it still sounds heartbreaking. It's okay to retire.
Yeah, I mean, you made your money.
Like you make some more money.
You should have retired at the end of Decibel Geek Best and Worst Bon Jovi.
2002, that should have been it, right?
Yeah, hang it up.
But I mean, I'm not telling them what to do, but like, go jam in a garage, or build your own music room and just have fun. But I don't know. It's again, as I mentioned in that article I wrote a long time ago.
You can't make $60 to $100 million in your garage.
Thousands, then I guess it's hard to say no.
Yes, bingo.
And the promoters, if they think the money's there, they're going to make offers to these guys where they go, shit, I don't sound great, I don't feel great, but for that kind of money, I can't say no.
Exactly.
Promoters don't look on how is this going to affect the band's legacy. They don't care. They just
exactly right.
Right.
But to revert back to
and it won't
Sister,
affect your legacy if you.
Announcement happened where fellow podcaster from Podcast Rock City and Shout It Out Loudcast and author and former ZO2 drummer Joey Casada is going to be the drummer for Twisted Sister for these dates.
Right on. That's
so
cool.
I was like, wow, good for him. Like he's had a lot of great opportunities come his way, and he's taken advantage of all of them. So I'm really happy with that guy.
Must be a pretty good dude because I mean, opportunities don't generally go to losers and assholes. So Casada must be doing something right.
Vinnie Vincent did get a lot of gigs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was before Gene and Paul got their hooks in.
New single on the way. That's not in the news this week.
Did the last single ever come out?
No.
I mean, it came out on bootlegs 30 years ago. It's the same thing.
Oh yeah, that's right. But he never met his goal and officially released it. I don't know if we ever followed up on it.
I was reading on Kiss FAQ right before we started recording because there really isn't much to update because he never made any posts. But like people on FAQ follow that page that he has, and apparently everything that mentioned that, like the 1,000 people and all that, he deleted. And he
there you go.
Off too.
There you go.
I don't think he made his goal.
I suppose he probably got one order, maybe two.
I just thought this was I actually posted this. I put this on the list just because I wanted to remind me of something else I saw. Zakk Wylde was asked on a Talk Shop Live interview because he's promoting Engines of Demolition.
Don't forget, vote for your favorite sketch. It's important.
Some of his best stuff, honestly. And they asked him the typical kind of first-time question, like, what was the song that made you want to pick up a guitar? And it wasn't a surprise. He picked Smoke on the Water, but I like the story that he picked. He's like, I remember seeing a band play at our high school. I think it was before high school, maybe 8th grade or something. But I remember this cover band was playing, and I remember the guy playing Smoke on the Water, and just the power and everything, and hearing it live. It was pretty amazing. But hearing stuff and then seeing it live, I guess it's like seeing somebody doing a magic trick in front of you. And then it inspires you to want to become a magician, so doing illusions and stuff like that. Which is like, wow, this is the most interesting thing I have seen ever. And I love that he can still tap into that type of memory. And like we all have those. And it's just we're in a society now where there's so much noise, there's so much electronic convenience, and you're getting hit with stuff left and right. But like, just remember a simpler time when you would you'd be at a high school talent show and you'd see a band and all of a sudden you'd be like, I want to do that. I thought that was cool. But what this made me remind me of, like he did an interview, I think it was with Loudwire. So Zach Sabbath is opening for Black Label on the upcoming tour. Did you know that?
That's
So
funny.
he's playing twice,
Mhm.
and they decided to make it kind of a fun question. They said, "So you're opening for Black Label Society on this album?" Like speaking to him like he's just in Zach Sabbath, and he's like, "That's got to blow your mind. Like, what did you think about getting that gig, and how do you feel about the upcoming tour?" And Zach goes, "Well, opening for Black Label Society is a big job. It's a big honor, but the truth is, I really am attracted to Zach Wild's wife. So the whole point of me taking that gig was just knowing that I'm going to bang Zach Wild's wife on this tour."
My God. Oh my God.
How do you not love him?
Yeah, I read that whole answer to that question. It really cracked me up talking about banging his wife. Well, yeah, it's your wife, It's funny. He's a funny
I
dude.
love him. If anyone should start a podcast, it should be Zach.
Yeah, he'd be good and have a shit ton of awesome guests to come on.
Amen. And so next story, this is because we always talk
I
about.
figured out my own
it's
spider
like anytime we
design.
look back on bands we were excited about that were young.
It's a
early,
combination
bands,
of
a lot of times they just fall apart. And
the
this
old
is a case of a
school
band we
and
used
the
to cover
McFarlane
that
design.
They did fall apart, but now they're back. And it's a band called Sister Sin that we featured pretty early on in the show. And they're from Sweden. And they've released their second single, Drive, to follow up to last month's Suicide Hill, which marked their first new music in 12 years. So they've kind of, their existence kind of tracks with our existence. And I just think it's cool that they're a really good band. Check them out. And I'm excited to hear this new stuff. I haven't had a moment to listen to it yet, but Liv Sin is the singer, and I think she's the guitar player. And our good friend Dave Tedder used to represent them. I'm not sure if he still does. But I saw this in the Blabbermouth headlines. I'm like, let's highlight this because this is something that's good where some of these bands are coming back and giving another bite of the apple.
Right, because it's the same old stupid story about how I had an idea for an episode of like, hey, kind of like Where Are They Now? That we go back and look at our early Fresh Blood episodes and bands that we championed when the show first started, and see what they're up to today. And so I get to looking at it and like, oh, this ain't going to be much of an episode because these bands are all gone. There's none left. So it's cool to see one coming back around again.
Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe there's hope for some of the other ones. But yeah, I mean, it just either way, if your band's still not together and we played you, just know we appreciate you and thanks for
being tough to make a living in the arts. At any time, but especially nowadays.
Yeah, what was the band that put us? What was it, Acer Fury?
Yeah,
that was the first band that put us in their liner notes on their album, and I was blown away by that.
Yeah, that was Rich Dillon helped us with that.
It's supposed to be grateful to get 12 cents from Spotify.
Yeah, me too. Where are they?
I don't know.
It's ludicrous. There's a similar issue with Comixology. Speaking of comics, it's a total waste of time.
Has revealed the details of their newly added Life Burns Faster Sphere residency in Las Vegas.
What happened?
Yeah, because I did look at prices, and then I closed the window. It was like, no, I'm not going to take out a mortgage to go see Metallica. I would love to see this, but man, it looks expensive. It's very expensive.
How much?
Unbelievable demand. 6 new shows have been added to their residency, and it looks like they're doing the weekends. They're doing the no repeat thing, where they do a show, take a day off, do another show, and they play different set lists between the shows.
That's good.
So they're doing October 8th and 10th, November 5 and 7. November 5th is my birthday, and January 28th and 30th in 2027. Those are the newly added ones. But I've been following this and looking at the prices, and I think the one that they had where you would get 3 nights at the Venetian ticket to at least a show. I don't know if it's for free. That was what, $3,000 a person.
Wow.
Ouch.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's
Ouch.
like live entertainment is not for the, average people anymore.
It sure
Like you
isn't.
got to be part of a ruling class to enjoy live entertainment these
Or you
days.
just go massively in debt with credit cards.
Yeah, I mean, like you go to the poorhouse and they go, "What are you here for?" I went to a Metallica. You please help me save my home.
There's people that really do that.
Thank God for bands like Faster Pussycat.
It's so much more affordable.
That us poors can go see great live bands still in this day and age.
You saw Jackal got added to the Mountain Festival. Right?
Yeah, I like that.
That lineup is shaping up pretty nicely.
See, and that one ain't so bad for its price, for all you get for it.
No, it's a good deal, and it's a great location too.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Very cool. You should put that out there. Tell them where to get you should get your tickets for that Monsters on the Mountain. What is it, August?
yeah, like mid-August, I think.
Yeah, Chris and I are going to it. Mooger Fooger is going to it, as far as I know. We've had some friends ask us about if we're going to be there. We're going. We want to have fun. We want to hang out with everybody. It's a great concert. It's been fun the other time we went. And you know what? It's a good chance for all of us to get together at a rock show. That's really awesome. It's in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, which is like the tourist place that everybody comes to when they visit Tennessee. And there's so much to do around it. And then the concert itself was amazing last year. We had such a good time. And so, if you're thinking about doing something fun this summer, you're trying to plan it out, come hang out with us. Even if you private message us, we'll even tell you what hotel we're staying at. So, maybe you can stay real close and hang out. We can all hang out all weekend and rock our asses off.
There'll be a show in. We might even do some recording.
Yeah, we're planning on doing some recording. We could do some extra recording if you're, friends of the show.
Yeah, I think that would be fun. I mean, I would say we're living in sin at the Holiday Inn, but I don't think there's a Holiday Inn up there.
No, but we could all still be living in sin.
That's for sure. But yeah, I think my liver should be fully recovered from the last one by the time we get there.
In, out.
Just be careful with the Bloody Marys.
Shut your mouth.
You have to admit, I went a lot easier on you than I could have.
Oh, yeah.
So the next couple stories, it's just amazing to me that
Everybody's got to vote.
lost Ozzy last year, but,
That's cool. I hate to see somebody get left out. So everybody got recognized. It's a good sign.
It was announced that a massive Ozzy Osbourne statue will be unveiled at this year's edition of Francis Hellfest.
Nice. Is that like a permanent statue? Will be there forever? Or is it one of them inflatable deals that they put out in front of that concert?
Sharon shared the first photo of the 6-meter tall statue, which will be placed near the Hellfest entrance during the February 6th appearance at whatever. She said, "Oh, there he is. Look at him, a rock god that's going to debut at Hellfest, and that is June 18th, and the whole family will be there. And it's such a great tribute." I don't know. It doesn't really say if it's going to be a permanent thing, but in 2022. The statue of Lemmy was unveiled at that year's Hellfest.
Yeah, they probably put it there, and then when the show's over, maybe go put it somewhere else to be permanently made.
That's the vibe I'm getting from what Sharon said. So it'll debut at Hellfest, and then it'll probably be put in Birmingham.
This story is making me think about how I hate AI, because I saw a picture earlier in the week, and it made it look like Sharon and Jack and Kelly were standing out in front of this Alzheimer's clinic and had this statue of Ozzy, and it looked real. And then I looked a little closer, and I'm like, this is bullshit. But it should be real.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Ozzy's getting a statue. Lemmy already has a couple of statues. The one at the Rainbow also. So if we end up having nuclear holocaust, the aliens will come down to Earth to see what's left, and they're going to see statues of Lemmy and Ozzy. Those were our gods, which they kind of were.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's
We'll
the
be well
problem?
represented. Man, I'm so sad they blew each other up themselves. They killed each other. It's too bad. They seem pretty awesome based on these statues.
And also Ozzy related, which we kind of saw this coming, and I'm glad it's happening. But if they follow the pattern they used to of trying to expose people to new bands, Sharon has said that Ozfest will 100% happen in 2027.
Yeah, good. Well, I mean, there's a lot of bands. You can go back in the past and see which bands are still alive that did Ozfest in the past and try to bring them back for it for a modern thing. And then plus, put in some new bands. But you get Ugly Kid Joe on that thing. Hey, that'd be sweet.
I saw Ugly Kid Joe on a bill that didn't really fit them for everyone else. I'm trying to remember what show it was.
Like something recent or something from
No,
the
it's
past?
something that's coming up. I can't remember what festival it is, but like the rest of the festival doesn't really. Oh no, it was for Rocklahoma.
Oh yeah, that's right. I did see that. Ugly Kid Joe like down the list of ways, but they're on
But
there.
like Buck Cherry, I guess the only other thing close, but like it's a lot of like Godsmack and stuff like that. I think Slayer's the headliner one night at Rocklahoma. Like, why are they the headliner at Rocklahoma? Which I know they want to sell tickets.
Rocklahoma their lineups used to be so amazing.
Yeah, because I was watching a story about it, and the person doing the video showed the first year's lineup, and it was like, holy shit, why didn't I go to that? Because it was a fucking great lineup.
Yeah. So whoever started that thing, like, they knew us and said, what would Chris and Aaron? What if there was a Decibel Geek Fest? What would it be? And that first year is basically that lineup.
A little bit of Ace Frehley adjacent news. The guys that we all know and love from Ace's previous band before he passed included, Ryan Spencer Cook, Jeremy Asbrock, and Philip Schaus, and also on drums, Christopher Williams. In addition to the awesome show that we both can't wait for next month in Nashville, they're going to do a run of Australian dates and honoring Ace. And they're going to perform the 1978 solo album in full, along with Frehley's Comet anthems and other Ace solo songs and deep cuts. So, and you know these guys. I can't wait to see what set list these guys bust out. Because they're completely off the leash. And the thing is, just, Ace, God rest his soul, Ace was less interested in mixing up his set list than Gene was. Gene let them really have more influence over what he played. Ace was very regimented in what he wanted to play. He didn't like to, they did get him to loosen up a bit through that time.
Yeah.
But most of the time it was like, no, we're sticking with this set list that works, and that's an old showbiz trick. If you have a set that works, stick with it. But also, we know these guys are as big a Kiss nerds as we are, so I can't wait to hear what the hell they pull out. I'm gonna go ahead and text Ryan soon and say I have to hear Dolls live, and I can't wait.
What's wrong with
Me
Dolls?
and Aaron will come sing backup. We'll come do Monique's part. Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath for that one. But yeah, we got our tickets already. It's funny because they made the announcement for that show, the Ace Frehley tribute by the Ace Frehley band here in Nashville. And I was like, I want to go so bad. And then I look at the date, and it's like, it's my wife's birthday. This is going to be a hard sell.
Her birthday is the 17th.
And I said to her, hey, baby, I know what I'm going to take you to do on your birthday. It's going to be awesome. And I told her, and she's like, really? And I was like, yeah. And then I explained to her, like, look, it's Ryan and those guys. She's like, oh, okay, that sounds fun. We can go do that on my birthday.
My wife's even excited for that one too.
Yeah, it's very cool. I'm so glad they're kicking it off here in Nashville. And they really did. Those guys are such big fans. They all grew up Kiss fans, and they're the ones that would pitch Gene and Ace songs. We're like, hey, what do you think about this? They play a little bit of it. We can do that. What do you think? And sometimes you get, hey, we can try it, and sometimes we're like, no, we're not doing that. But that's the kind of fans they are. That's how any of us would be like, come on, man, let's try this one time.
I can't believe they got Gene to finally play "It's My Life" live. Like that blew me away when I saw the video for that.
Yeah, that's cool. And then we should say it too, since we're talking about Kiss. Like Gene Simmons is out there doing Ace Frehley covers.
Yeah, he's doing Rocket Ride now in his set.
I wish he would sing it.
Yeah, he's got Brent Woods singing. I watched a clip of it yesterday.
Which is cool. Brent's a good singer and everything, but it's the same old story. When you're buying a ticket and this goes for anybody, no matter how much I love them. If you're going to see Ace Frehley, you want to see Ace Frehley sing all the songs. If you're going to see Gene Simmons, you're paying them, buying that ticket because you want to see Gene Simmons sing all the songs. And I get it; he needs a break in between, freshen up that voice and keep it going. But dang, even though I love Todd Howarth, even when I was young, I was like, get them Frehley's comedy albums. You're like, why is this guy taking up time on an Ace Frehley album? And at the time, I just didn't get it. And I never, and then I like him, and I like his songs, and I like the stuff that's on there, but when you're paying for Ace Frehley, you want Ace Frehley. When you're paying for Gene Simmons, you want Gene Simmons.
Well, and then Trouble Walking came out, and it proved you right.
Yeah, Trouble Walking was my favorite. It was like, finally, only one song for Richie Scarlett.
Yeah, but Richie even had a voice more suited to Ace's stuff than Todd did.
Well, and it didn't matter because at the time I thought it was Peter Criss, so I was totally cool with it. It was only years later that I realized, well, that's Richie Scarlett singing that.
Well, I think Peter only sings like backing vocals on like one song, but they promoted it like he was singing lead on the song. So we all just was like, well, I guess that's Peter.
I bet you that was kind of planned that way. Like, don't say nothing, and he sounds a lot like Peter. People are just going to assume it's him, and that'll be really cool. So, I mean, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if that wasn't like a strategy that was thought out, or at least heard the song when it was done being recorded. We're like, if we don't say what Peter did on here, we just say he's on the album, people are going to assume that's him. Richie Scarlett's like, man, I don't like this idea. I'm like, it's the way it's going to be.
I would say it was Eddie Trunk's idea, but he would have taken credit for it.
I gave Richie Scarlett his big break.
Yeah, that was my idea. Eddie Trunk breaking the Twisted Sister news, by the way. Just in case you didn't know, it was Eddie Trunk who broke that news.
And then every other person I'm friends with on Facebook immediately afterwards.
Rush. I don't know. It's interesting. Let me read a little bit of this. So, in a new interview with The Guardian, Geddy Lee and Alex spoke about the decision to reunite for this tour coming up this year and next. It's a run of dates. Their first show under the Rush banner in 11 years. Man, it's been
11 years. Oh my God. Amazing.
We'll begin at the Kia Forum in LA, site of the last Rush concert on the R40 tour. Joining them will be Annika Niles, who toured with Jeff Beck in 2022 and has been rehearsing with them in preparation for the tour dubbed 50-something, which will celebrate their music legacy and the life of Neil Peart. Asked about the first rehearsals that took place last year in March and whether Rush.
Don't forget to vote for your favorite. I haven't seen any updates. If you're just joining us, welcome. Vote for your favorite. It's free. There's no wrong answer.
When she is comfortable and confident in the arrangement, she's
let me know which one you like in the chat if you like.
I don't think she knew when she arrived what
but just vote. Take the poll. It's free. These are some of the drawings I've done.
Those seemingly impossible fills were not a problem for her at all. What was difficult?
These are some of the drawings I've done, mostly right here on the stream. I did this one on the stream. I did this one on the stream. This one I did, I think, on the side, and this one I did on the side. I don't recall doing these on the stream. But vote for your favorite. That's Angela, friend of Spawn and Thor, and she's in the same, it's like a Thor 237 homage pose. Then we got a classic matchup, Spidey versus the Goblin. He's got his hand all webbed up. Spidey's making things complicated. And we got the Human Fly, Spider-Man villain, who's badass, loves the Human Fly. Tearing up Spidey's costume. And then we've got Snake Eyes with his pet wolf, Ginger Snap. Vote for your favorite.
To reproduce Neil's parts, Alex said it has to start there. They have to be true to the arrangements because that's the expectation from the fans.
Got to get this done. I'll auction it when it's finished. You guys, if you guys can't wait and you want to watch me finish it, I'll auction it. It is the companion piece for the for
when we started
Venom.
playing with her, something felt wrong, and I was, of course, thinking this is not going to work. Those seemingly impossible fills were not a problem for her at all. What was difficult was understanding the relationship between snare-based drum and hi-hat. It's different from her training. But
So the two pieces are going to mash together, but they stand alone as well. So feel free to buy one or both. I will. I guess I'll auction both together first, and then I'll auction each one separately if the group doesn't sell. So it's 150 plus 150. That's 300 plus background, 400 for the set, and then I'd probably do like 200 each, something like that. But if anyone can't wait and must have one or the other now, I'm happy to accommodate. No problem. Just let me know in the chat. Let's go back down. Too fast to live, too young to die. Don't forget to vote for your favorite. There's no charge. I welcome your feedback. There's no wrong answer. Vote for your favorite today. And I'll keep working on this guy in the meantime. I'm actually kind of hungry today.
I think Peter only sings like backing vocals on. Like,
I'll probably do
songs.
another
Like, he
hour
sounds like he was singing
on the
lead.
show today. I'm
So,
kind of hungry.
I guess that's Peter.
I bet you that was kind of planned that way. Like, don't say nothing, and he sounds a lot like Peter. You know, people are just gonna assume it's him, and that'll be really cool. So, I mean, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if that wasn't like a strategy that was thought out, or at least heard the song when it was done being recorded. We're like, you know, if we don't say what Peter did on here, we just say he's on the album. People are gonna assume that's him. Richie Scarlett was like, man, I don't like this idea. I'm like, it's the way it's gonna be.
I would say it was Eddie Trunk's idea, but he would have taken credit for it.
I gave Richie Scarlett his big break.
Yeah, that was my idea. Eddie Trunk breaking the Twisted Sister news, by the way. Just in case you didn't know, it was Eddie Trunk who broke that news.
And then every other person I'm friends with on Facebook immediately afterwards.
Rush. I don't know. It's interesting. Let me read a little bit of this. So, in a new interview with The Guardian, Geddy Lee and Alex spoke about the decision to reunite for this tour coming up this year and next. It's a run of dates, their first show under the Rush banner in 11 years. Man, it's been 11 years. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We'll begin at the Kia Forum in LA, site of the last Rush concert on the R40 tour. And joining them will be Annika Niles, who toured with Jeff Beck in 2022 and has been rehearsing with them in preparation for the tour dubbed 50 something, which will celebrate their music legacy in the life of Neil Peart. Asked about the first rehearsals that took place last year in March and whether Rush wanted someone to reproduce Neil's parts, Alex said it has to start there. They have to be true to the arrangements because that's the expectation from the fans, but we don't want to place any restrictions on her. When she is comfortable and confident in the arrangements, she's free to enhance them with her own spirit, and she will, Lee added. But I don't think she knew when she arrived what our expectations were, to be honest. When we started playing with her, something felt wrong. And I was, of course, thinking this is not going to work. Those seemingly impossible fills were not a problem for her at all. What was difficult was understanding a relationship between snare-based drum and hi-hat that's different from her training. The first 4 days were up and down, and she was nervous and she was jet-lagged, and we were unsure. We had a little chat before the last day. I don't know, Al, is this going to work? We talked about the things we liked about her and what a work ethic she has. Nice person and deep knowledge, deep technical ability. So there's a lot of positives. So let's not be hasty. And we went into that last day, and she just fucking nailed it. She suddenly understood what we were talking about that whole week. Not about the technical aspect, but about the stuff in between the big stuff that Neil was just so amazing at, and those internal dynamics that only another drummer can understand.
Mm.
And it clicked in her. So it sounds like it's come together pretty well, and she's
Mm.
playing. I've watched this girl play with other stuff, and she's incredible. It's not going to be the same without Neil, but at the same time, I really personally I can't begrudge Geddy and Alex for wanting to play together again.
But again, it's the promoters coming around going, hey, what would it take to get Rush back together? We're like, we can't do it without Neil. And we're like, I'm going to slide this little piece of paper. And they open it up, look at it, and be like, yeah, we'll find somebody else.
With these guys, I think they just missed playing. So I mean, they were well off for years ago. So
if that
How do you
was
know?
the case,
Nobody
they
knows.
could have just came out with an album that was, Lee Lifeson and had different drummers play on it.
Exactly.
That was the case. No, it's the money. That's why they're calling it Rush.
I
that's
think
what
so
call
as
it,
well.
Sure, but I don't think that's their pure only motivation for doing it.
To hang out with a hot chick that can play drums.
No, I think those guys are best friends since middle school and want to get out and play music together again.
Yeah, I mean they could have done that without calling it
Well, that's
Rush.
true. So you're not in favor.
I don't care.
I guess you're not.
I don't care either way. I'm really not. I mean, I like Rush, but some of it, not all of it. I was never a huge Rush fan. That was something I had to kind of learn to appreciate. Like all the smart kids like Rush. Then us dirty kids smoking cigarettes in the park. We like,
You were busy taking their lunch.
but yeah, but no, I don't.
I'm just
But I don't. Yeah, I mean, it's cool, I guess. I mean, like you said, everybody's got the right to make the money when the promoters are willing to pay it, and your diehard Rush fans are willing to pay $1,000 for a seat at this thing. Shit, go and make that money while it's available.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and they will. Even if they come to Nashville, I won't be going because the prices I've seen are insane.
Mm.
But I wouldn't be opposed to Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson working on a new album together. They definitely shouldn't call it Rush because without Neil there writing the songs, it's not Rush. So the only way you can really get away with even calling this Rush is the fact that it's 2 out of the 3, and they're playing all the old classics. It's a fun trip down memory lane for the fans to go see it. And I don't think there's nothing wrong with that, but yeah, definitely don't be trying to come out with no new albums called Rush.
Yeah, I would hope they wouldn't take that step and call it that. We'll see.
Unless they got a bunch of stuff in the archives that Neil wrote that they could pull out, then that's
Neil Peart
that's
wasn't
different.
an
Say,
original
hey,
member.
all these songs were written by Neil. They were in the archives, calling it Rush because they're Rush songs were intended for us, and that's different. I'd accept that.
But even that even comes off opportunistic. But anyway, that's an argument that can
Do what
last
you
for a
want.
while.
That's your map.
Right, but then the Rush fans are just getting more Rush music, so I mean, I don't see a problem with that either.
And it seems like most
Bingo.
Rush fans, I haven't seen too much resistance to it from Rush fans. They seem to be embracing it. So good for them.
Yeah, Rush fans are pushovers. They'll accept that.
Shit. What the shit?
I'm just teasing. They're not all wimps.
Oh, man.
Oh shit.
That drummer's really good. He's no Peter Criss, but he's really good.
Yeah, if they were ever going to be driven to violence, it would have been in that moment when you said that at that concert in front of all those Rush
I guess
fans.
I proved that you will not get beaten to a pulp if you say something so ridiculous at a Rush concert.
Yeah.
So I got one more, and I don't. Did we touch on this subject? It may have been since we did this. That Alex Van Halen had talked about digging out Van Halen archive tracks, like you were just talking about, and that he's been working with Steve Lukather on making them into a finished album.
That's wild. I mean, but then the question becomes, what are they? Are they Dave Lee Roth era stuff? Do you want to bring Dave back into the studio to work some magic? Maybe use a
No.
little AI in this situation. It might be okay to
No.
use a little studio magic to help
No.
Dave and make these songs
No.
complete.
No.
Sammy Hagar songs? You want to bring Sammy back in? No, you don't want nothing to do with either one of those guys.
Yeah, because in a new interview with Rock of Nations with Dave Kinchin and Shane McEachern,
Mm.
you can put your whole names in that title. The former Van Halen members Sammy Hagar and Michael Anthony were asked about possible involvement with the new album. And last year, Alex revealed he was putting together an album from incomplete tracks meant to become the next Van Halen record before Eddie died in 2020.
Okay, all right. Well, that answers that question then.
This is the drummer has since teamed up with Lukather to complete these recordings, which contain drums, guitar, and bass with only the vocals missing. And I have to mention on that because I saw Steve Lukather had to respond to that because a lot of people are like, was Lukather like, completing Eddie's tracks and playing in place of Eddie? And he said, no, nothing guitar related on this album will feature me playing on it. It will always be Eddie Van Halen. So I think he's helping from an arrangement standpoint, I believe.
I was going to say, Steve Lukather ain't going to be the singer, I hope.
No. I think he's helping Alex dig through the tapes and then probably maybe arrangements and stuff like that and production work. I can't see him being a guy playing because even he gets the gravity of that. He doesn't want to replace Eddie Van Halen.
No.
But earlier this month, Alex told, I'm not even going to try to pronounce this Brazilian guy's name, that most of the recordings feature bass playing from Wolfie because these are recordings that were made ready for the next Van Halen record. Asked if Sammy and Michael are involved with the upcoming LP, and if not, whether they would like to be. Hagar said, no, we haven't been asked, number one. I can tell you the day I walked in the studio with 5150 to basically, if you want to call it an audition, but to meet the guys and play music, we played for about 8 hours at least and recorded everything. Well, that's all trip down memory lane. I don't need to read all that. But, and the mic says, yeah, if this material...
Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch all through March and April. We're doing sketch cover madness. Vote for your favorite. The winner of the poll, the winner of each poll goes to the semifinals. We do 2 rounds of semifinals, and then those winners go head to head. We have a winner in the color category and a winner in the black and white category, and then the black and white and the color will go against each other. It's exciting time here on Whatnot, so get in on some of that. Participate.
Did they intend for these songs to be sung by Dave, or did they have some completely other idea, like, hey, let's go get a whole nother singer again?
Yeah. Well, my gut, the way Alex has talked about Dave lately, I get the vibe that Dave was still on good, in a good place with those guys. So I think it would have been the next album with Dave, which I still don't get. Like, why did they do that Live in Japan album? Because it sounds horrible. I don't know why they bothered releasing that. I almost think Eddie was pissed at Dave at the time they released that and put it out purposely to make him sound bad. I don't know. Have you heard that Tokyo album they did?
Is that the one with the boat?
Yeah.
B. Roman, VIP in the house. B. Roman, who did you vote for today? Let everyone know.
It's awful.
Educated eye for artwork.
These were songs that were intended to be the follow-up to A Different Kind of Truth and were intended to have Dave sing on them. If that's what he's thinking of, that's the way it should be.
Cracks me up though. Same way we haven't been asked, but I guess somebody's gonna ask them in interviews though. But like Alex is, he stated in a recent interview, I always feel that the best
For me, number
material
2.
was with Dave.
Thank you for voting, bud. Appreciate it. And it's a tight race for second place between Angela, relatively obscure character, and Human Fly, relatively obscure character.
And then if that's what this is, then Michael Anthony and Sammy Hagar weren't even in the band when this music was recorded. So there's no way that they were intended because Wolfie plays on it. Well, that tells you right there, Michael Anthony's got nothing to do with it. And Sammy wasn't even in the band at that time. So, come on, Dave, one more awesome Van Halen album.
I heard one thing though that they were.
Dave's done. Suck it up.
Trying to recruit Paul Rogers to sing on this, and Paul Rogers was like, "I don't have it in me to sing." Yeah,
because he's got some health stuff.
Recognize the truth.
He can't sing like he used to.
Dave is
You
done.
know, it's just age. But Paul Rogers is 80 right now. But I'm like, if you wanted Paul Rogers to sing on a Van Halen record, that's odd. So I don't know what's going to happen. I would hope that Dave gets the
Sang on a Queen album. That was odd too. A couple good
I don't
songs.
like that record at all.
A couple good songs on there.
What was it? I don't even remember the name of it. It had something to do with Mars or something.
Was it? What the hell was the name? I can't.
Was it on Mars or something weird? I don't.
No, it wasn't that. I can't think of it. That's how important of an album that was.
I remember listening to it one time and I'm like, yep, that's not Queen. I'm turning that off.
Right, but I mean, it's never gonna be Queen. You know, because like I said, there's a couple songs off there I like. So when I pull those songs and put them on my iPod, it's put under Paul Rogers. It's not put under Queen.
Yeah, but I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But at the same time, like, I don't know. Are people hoping that Alex becomes a different person as far as releasing this goes? Because Alex was also there the whole time that Van Halen was withholding how much music for how many years? You know, he was just as involved as Eddie was. So I'm not getting my.
I got a feeling at the end of the day, Eddie was the one that had the final say on it.
That's what people think, but we'll see if Alex delivers. I mean, he did get the book out pretty quick, but I mean, music might be a different story. Hopefully, he's open to Wolfie helping him with it, and Wolfie would be interested in getting it out just to preserve the legacy and get those, you know, to take care of those tapes. But
you got Steve Lukather already involved,
Yeah.
so if it wasn't serious, you wouldn't be bringing that guy in to help you put it all
yeah,
together.
so maybe it gave him a wake up call where he's like, I need to get this out while I'm still around. Well, that's what I got for GeekWire for this time.
All right. Well, all kinds of stuff going on in the world, and when new things happen, probably any moment now as we're about to wrap this up, we will talk about it next time. But in the meantime, we've got the times coming up, and you know we're always grateful for you guys' feedback on everything. So give us your thoughts on these stories in the comment section. And the next time we do one of our main episodes, then we might read your comments on there. So let us know what you think of this stuff. Who should Alex Van Halen get to complete these songs to be the vocalist on it? I'm voting for Dave. What do you think? Let us know.
Dave's done. Stop it.
As always,
Stop it. His voice is gone.
We are Decibel Geek.
See ya.
We're leaving today and entering a world of Mickey Mouse waving, princess meeting and greeting, lightsaber clashing, the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror dropping, Banshee flying, Space Mountain launching, Galaxy rewinding, Network Galaxy rewinding, fireworks igniting, world of other worlds, for whatever you love. Infinite worlds await at the most magical place on Earth, Walt Disney World.
You whatnot whippersnappers, you probably never heard of Van Halen, have you?
Welcome to Dave and Dave Unchained, Van Halen podcast.
These guys are so into Van Halen. It's infectious.
Dave, we are in February. Our birthday.
They're like me
Dave
with
and I
comics.
are officially 56 years old. And how are you feeling on your post 56th birthday?
Pretty good, pretty good. Happy belated birthday to you, sir.
Same to you, sir. Same to you. And we got a lot of birthday gifts, and we're going to talk about them right in Van Halen News.
These guys could be talking about plumbing or hatching eggs. They're so passionate about the subject matter that it's infectious.
Well, holy shit, did we get some surprises? And we're going to start with a real surprise, which came from Alex Van Halen doing another interview. This guy's becoming a media mogul, and it's weird. His selection is very choice about where he's doing these interviews. He's doing these quirky interviews, which is interesting. He did a Brazilian YouTube channel called Casa Gasto, and this gentleman interviewed him for about 52 minutes, and he got some good stuff on there. I was really appreciative. I think his name is Moreira Gasto, I believe is the name of the gentleman who's interviewing him, and he is from Brazil, and he was interviewing him about his book. And I guess it came out in Portuguese, Dave, I think. That was the translation. And he was doing an interview with Alex, one-to-one. Alex was sitting in a similar backdrop as to the one he was in when he was with Nico McBain on the Metal Sticks podcast. But really surprising that we have a long-form interview with Alex. Did that shock you?
Yeah, it was a surprise. And I do have to give the interviewer a lot of credit. He asked some good questions. He was obviously a fan, and he got some great information from Alex.
Absolutely. And we're going to get through that right now. We'll start off talking about what's going on with this album he's working on, right? So we all know about this mysterious album of Van Halen unreleased material that he's working on in the studio with Steve Lukather from Toto. And he offered some details about the new album, and it's going to have unreleased and unfinished Van Halen material. So what he said that was that he didn't want to release just the material directly in what he called embryonic form. He says, many people have asked, what about releasing unreleased stuff? And he said, well, we're not going to release it in embryonic form because it wouldn't make any sense. He said, it has to be of the quality and level of where we left it. Not just say, hey, here's some music we made. If you like it, that's great. No, it has to be the quality that we expect. He said, Lukather has the ability to play anything, and he provides what Alex liked to call connective tissue. So he's saying these recordings were going to be the next Van Halen record, and that they were stopped because Ed didn't live long enough to finish it. He said the drums are already recorded. He says the drums, the guitar, and the bass are already in there. What we didn't have is a vocalist, and obviously the subtleties and the glue. We call it the glue or the spackle. And he's saying that's what Lukather is going to come in and provide. He also confirmed that Wolf is on bass on this album from the original recordings. And he also said that both Eddie's guitar, his drums, and Wolf's bass remain intact. He said they're currently in the process of recruiting a singer, and that their original target was Free Bad Company singer Paul Rogers, but he can't do it because he can no longer sing, I don't think. He says, we're looking for somebody right now. So I'm just going to pause that for a minute. And I want to say this to you, Dave. What really stood out to me here was, I think, regardless of Eddie's health, say Eddie was fine and he wasn't ill and he didn't die, I think they were moving on beyond Dave.
Yeah,
I don't think they
exactly
had
right.
any intention of Dave being on that album.
Exactly
what do you think
right.
about that?
Thank
I thought
you.
it was very interesting that they said they were working on another album, because that's certainly news to me. And it would jive with what Ed said in one of his last interviews, where he said something to the effect of, well, you know, there's three of us who like rock and one of us that likes dance music. That is an issue when working on a new album. So if that's the case and they were working on new music without Dave, then that makes sense. But my question was, if all three of those guys are on these,
Don't forget, vote for your favorite.
some of the
You got to break that
tracks
second
from
place tie
different
between 1 and 3.
that didn't get used.
There are
I don't
no
think so.
wrong
Do you think
answers.
now
Vote for your
is a
favorite.
possibility?
I don't think so, Dave. You got to remember, they were working on the live album, the live tour. Then there was a good 4 years before Ed got sick, between the end of the tour and when Ed started to really get ill. That's 4 years. That's a long time.
Right.
So,
Well, it's longer than that because the last album, A Different Kind of Truth,
Oh, I
came
see
out
what you're
in
saying.
2012.
right.
So really,
Yeah.
they had like 7 or 8 years to work on an album
That's true.
that never came out.
You're right. I'm wrong. I'm thinking about the last Van Halen, but that was a live album. You're right. So that's a long period of time. But the weird thing is that I got a feeling that they were done with Dave after the 2015 tour, regardless. Eddie's health notwithstanding. I'm talking about, I think that was the end of Van Halen with Dave, even if Eddie was fine and alive. I don't think that would happen anymore. I think they would have moved on. It almost seemed like they wanted to go on with Van Halen with another singer. I'm getting that vibe. I got that vibe years ago. Almost like the end of the 2015 tour was like the end of the road with Roth. Like they had kind of, we'd done it. We took them on tour. We had a reunion tour. We made an album. We toured for that. We did a live album. We toured for that. Now that chapter is closed.
I would
I
slightly
agree with
restate
that.
I think they were ready to go on. I wouldn't bet against you that they were ready to go on without Dave. But I don't know if it was going to be Van Halen without Dave.
Right.
Now, I'm sure they certainly thought that in their heads, right? Because it's their last name and yada, yada, yada. But I don't see any record company signing on to call them Van Halen without Dave or without Sam. Like, no one's going to do that because they tried that once before with Gary and it didn't work. But like you said, I don't think it's necessarily untrue that they were ready to move on beyond Dave. And I mean, the fact of the matter was, I think they were just jamming all the time
Yeah.
at 5150.
Yeah.
I was pleasantly surprised that they had enough of finished demos to have songs that just needed someone to sing on top of them
Right.
and have Luke there to spackle it, as
Right.
Al says. Like, you know, you've got the basic thing, but you need something to kind of like gel it together
Right.
or fine tune it a little bit.
Make it
You know, then
cohesive.
the vocals got to go down, the vocal melody. Maybe you need something to transition, the bridge, yada, yada, yada. So I think that's what Luke is going to be involved with. Though he says he's not playing.
No,
on it.
he
So,
swore up and
right?
down, I'm never going to play on a Van Halen record. He was going on and on about that. So I don't quite understand what he's doing. It almost seems like he's doing it on the production side of things, but maybe he'll hire out or something to have someone play.
Maybe. Can we talk about the singer issue?
Well, yeah, I mean, the bottom line is, it seems to me that he doesn't want to touch anybody that was involved with Van Halen. First of all, Wolf is already doing his own thing with Mammoth, so he's out. Okay, obviously Eddie's gone.
Oh,
Dave
Wolf as
can
a
no longer
vocalist.
sing.
I hadn't
Sam,
thought of
he
that.
can't stand. Mike is attached to Sam, so therefore he's out. And therefore, I think that Alex is going back to what they were thinking about before Sammy came in for 5150. Let's get a legendary singer to come in and work with us. We'll talk about later in this interview when they were talking about doing a fucking album with Ozzy. I mean, what the fuck would that be?
What the shit?
When he's talking about
Take a pill,
legendary
dude. It's PG-13 here on Whatnot.
singers or can't sing anymore.
Right,
I mean, he's throwing out names like Paul Rogers
right.
and Robert Plant, singers who are
They're
like
done.
They're
they're
done,
like a decade
yeah.
older than Van Halen.
Yeah,
I mean,
dude.
That's who you're looking for.
This is the
Take a
line
pill.
that says here. I'm 72. I gotta find somebody in that age group who was exposed to the same musical experience that we have. Otherwise, it doesn't have the depth. Robert Plant is brilliant, but if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. And he's out touring doing his thing. He would have been the ideal choice, but nothing is etched in stone. And
Ugh.
I really believe the universe will work something out where this project will come out the best it possibly can be.
I understand why he doesn't want to work with Sam.
Right.
And I understand why he wouldn't want to work with Dave. Dave's singing ability is
Gone.
men's.
Right.
It's
But
gone.
that's something you can fix in the studio. I also
No.
understand not wanting to work with Dave because he's a little bozy bow. right? And he was basically a pain in the butt. And what was really telling in the interview is that Al does not talk to him directly. His people talks to Dave's people.
Right.
And I'm paraphrasing there, but I mean that's
Don't
what
forget to vote for your favorite. I'm gonna grab a little snack because I'm hungry, and then I'll finish this. I'll put it up for auction, and then we'll call it a day because I got another commission to do.
For like a song or two and get Dave in there to do some songs, maybe Sam in there to do some songs, or even Wolf in there to do some songs. I've read suggestions about Gary. I mean, yeah, he was a member of the band, but how well is that going to go over? I've heard suggestions about Mitch Malloy, and, you know, I can tell you how well that's going to go over.
Yeah.
So if you want to look for someone new because you don't want to deal with the agita and the BS, fine.
Right.
I respect that. I don't think the fans will be happy with it, but I get it. And if you want to look for somebody in the same frame of mind or has the same
1 second.
background as Van Halen did, hey, I get that. But there are certainly singers who are your age or younger who fit that mold. So it just struck me as really strange.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he's looking for. I think he's looking for that. I don't think he said this explicitly, but I really think he's looking for somebody like that because they have the gravitas to carry this album. They have the name recognition. That's really the reason.
But the other thing is, Dave, is first of all, you know, are you calling this a Van Halen album? That's number one. Number two is, so whoever's going to come in is going to come in with their melodies, their lyrics. That's going to change everything. It's not going to have Van Halen flavor.
Oh, yeah. And your first question is a great one. Is this going to be a Van Halen album?
Right.
Or is this going to be Alex Van Halen and friends present a tribute to Edward Van Halen? Right? Oh, by the way, speaking of singers, hello, how about Wolf? Like Wolf can't come in there?
The bottom line is Wolf doesn't want to be part of this. Do you understand? Wolf wants no part.
Yeah.
Wolf's attitude is, I am recording with Mammoth, touring with Mammoth. That is all I'm fucking doing. You want to use my bass recordings from years ago? Have at it. You want to use Dad's old recordings with you? Have at it. I want nothing to do with this. And I think that's the deal.
I know you're right. I know you're right.
Yeah.
It just makes me sad. Or how about you call up Mike and say, hey, Mike, why don't you put some bass lines on this song, right?
Because he's pissed at Mike. That's addressed in the interview. We'll get to that. But one thing I want to bring up here is, my God, in this interview, does he defend Dave? It is unfucking believable. He is on Team Dave, and he will point out Dave's shortcomings, all of which he's completely guilty for, and be like, you know what? That's Dave. And he has like no problem with this. Anyway, he says here in the interview, the lyrics of Dave were much deeper than people realize. It was always fun to work with Dave in that capacity because half the band didn't understand what he was saying, and the other half said, I don't think anybody's really going to understand that. And it didn't matter because we got to do it. To me, Dave was a poet. He really was. He was a whacked out guy and all that, but he's not as whacked out as you think. Then when they ask if you get along with Dave nowadays, he says, we communicate.
Today's snack is the Nature's Bakery Fig Bar. Very good stuff.
And you don't talk to other people. You only have the immediate circle that influences you. What's important to really remember is the good times, and remember all the fights that we had and all the disagreements and all that. It all went by the wayside when Ed passed away. Dave was the first person I called. He was the only person I called, and because it goes beyond words, it goes beyond the obvious, it goes beyond the fact that we made music together, traveled together. We were kindred spirits. And it goes a lot deeper. We were foreigners in a foreign country, and we learned how to navigate all that, and the music was always the thing that smoothed it over. And I think that's part of the reason we were drawn to Dave, because Dave was an outsider too, for whatever reason. You know, I can tell you the real reason, and he laughs, and he just says, I love that guy. So, you know, he also said here, Ed and I were big fans of people like Miles Davis. Miles Davis famously said, it's not about the notes, it's about the attitude of the motherfucker. We kind of gravitated to that thinking. So, my God, does he throw in for Dave? And even says later on, I'm going to get to this and later on, even more so. Wow. I mean, I'm like shocked. What did you think of that?
I find it interesting that he's all Team Dave, but then he's like, but we're not talking, and he's not singing on the new album, right? Like, he doesn't say that, but he says, we're looking for a singer. Looking for a singer? He's just been gushing over Dave, and he's not on the album. Now, maybe Dave was like, I don't want to do it.
I don't think he can.
Right?
Dave can't do it.
Maybe Dave
What is the matter with people?
Singing's not what it used to be.
Dave's voice is done. It's
And-
done. Stop it.
I mean, that could have happened. I don't want to put words in Dave's mouth.
Right.
But who knows?
The sky is blue. Stop debating it.
Not talking to him, I think speaks volumes.
The guy asked him, is it true that Ozzy was going to be in Van Halen? Like, is that rumor even true? And he said, Ed and I met with Sharon because we were kind of at a loss of what direction we wanted to go. And he said this was probably around 2000. He said it was right before their TV show, and the next day they had a TV show. He said, so we got together, and the final thing we talked about, he said, okay, sounds like a good idea. Let's do it. Let's make a record together. And he was cutting this deal with Sharon Osbourne. He said, there's only one thing. We have a meeting tomorrow with some people about a TV show. And he said, the rest was history. But he said, that's how close it got. And, you know, I'm thinking like Ozzy fronting Van Halen in
No.
2000 after the Gary debacle? Is that really the move? What the fuck is that?
Not the
like
move.
I said before, they have to go with a big name if they're going to replace the lead singer again.
Yeah, but Ozzy's so Ozzy. Listen, Ozzy can either be Ozzy or in Black Sabbath. He's like chocolate. It's like once chocolate enters, it dominates every other flavor. It's just too much one thing, you know? Like, I guess they were trying to do what Queen was doing, which is like
Spidey
being
is coming
plus
along
full
nicely.
rock.
He's coming along.
Oh,
And then I got to do the background.
They were exploring other options at that time
Yeah.
because they tried to work with Dave around that time. It didn't work.
I don't know
And
which
they
I like
didn't
better
really
at this
stay
point.
anymore.
I think we're in good shape.
The only way that they'd ever be able to keep the level of success that they had been used to, and make no mistake, by the way, when they're like, oh, we don't do it for money or any of that, that is crappity crap. Because those mansions don't pay for themselves. And they really want to be as successful as they always were. Not just for the money, but for the ego, quite frankly. So how are they going to do that with yet another singer? How are they going to answer to the public? And how are they going to answer to the record company? You've got to get a super duper big name.
Yeah.
It's the only card they can play to maintain the level of success that they want. Because they could try another new lead singer. Sure, go for it. If you don't care what the consequences are, if you're playing smaller places and a record company is going to be like, well, we're not going to call it Van Halen. You want to form a new band and call it
Both
Van
definitely
Halen,
look
and
awesome.
have a
Thank
new
you.
lead
Looking
singer.
super sick,
Have
man.
at it.
Thank you,
But that wasn't
Palooks.
happening. So that's why
Appreciate
they
it.
were pitching it to Ozzy. But obviously, he went a different route. And
How is your work going today?
Yeah, I also want to note, going back to the conversation we had about them recording and releasing an album after Dave. You know, if you remember this, Dave, I'm going to dig back, see if you remember this. Do you remember when Mitch LaFon made that post about Van Halen saying there's going to be a future of Van Halen, but it's going to look a little different? And he posted a picture of Al, Wolf, and Ed. He was like teasing that they were going to be a trio. Do you remember this?
I do vaguely remember it.
Yeah. And then Ed got sick, and then that all got washed away. But it was just before Ed got sick and had that motorcycle accident, the whole goddamn thing. There was rumblings, and this was either after that stadium thing. I don't know. It was somewhere around that period, and they were talking about that. So anyway, getting into this guy asked another question that was phenomenal. He asked about, why didn't you talk about Sammy Hagar in your book, which I thought was great. And he said, the publisher never mentioned it. That said, this was the meat of the story. There was good music made and all that, but it was the essence and the spirit and the balls to the wall was the first model. Everybody has a peak in their life. Just because you sell more of anything doesn't make you better or more creative. You just learn how to sell more. And if somebody really wants, they'll be the next book. And he laughed. I was like, what the fuck?
That is crappity crap. You're telling me he didn't put anything from the Sam era in the book, because the publisher never mentioned it?
That's
Come
that's
on. Come on. There's no way they didn't mention it.
I love these guys. See, look at how horny they're getting.
Writing the book and you're not gonna
Listen to
talk
this.
about another decade of the band's history? I mean, come on.
Get out of
Putting the
here.
blame onto the publisher?
yeah.
Get out of here.
And then he says this line right here. We did our best work with Dave. And I was like, this guy is so in the tank. You know what he's like? He's almost like those hardcore Van Halen fans who are like, first six pack and that's it, baby. But he's the guy in the band. So it's weird to hear that considering all the major success they had with Sam. I mean, it's kind of like a rock and roll history story. They had a part one and a part two to the band. It was that big, that successful, that many hits, that many #1 albums, that many tour. I mean, it wasn't like a fluke. They had a good.
And you whippersnappers probably don't know Van Halen, but in the 80s when Sammy Hagar joined, they trashed the shit out of Dave. So this is all BS, giant BS. You know, all somebody call me out when I'm blowing hot air like that.
11 years of massive success and hits and #1 albums. And yes, they sold more with Dave because the first album and the last album, 1984, up to that point, had outsold the whole Hagar catalog. But that's not the point. The point is, like, how do you just completely dismiss all of that? I don't understand that. It's almost like Al didn't really like what Ed was coming up with during that period with all the keyboard and poppy stuff, but he doesn't want to slight Ed. He doesn't want to slight Ed.
Or maybe he's just so angry at what Sam wrote in his book.
Yeah.
That he dismisses the whole era. Look, if he prefers one era over the other, hey, that's fine. We do too. If he thinks the Dave era is better, like, have at it. No problem. I'm Team Dave in that regard too.
Yeah.
But I don't dismiss,
No.
like I said, the whole
Listen to these guys.
of Sam's era with the band.
Yeah. It's almost like he's
You know,
treating that whole era like Van Halen 3.
Right. And I know we beat that to death.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to expand on that. But yeah, it's just another example of that.
These
Right.
guys
He
could
also
be
said
talking
that
about
Dave was a very
turkey
restless
legs,
guy. He couldn't settle
and
on
I'd be
one
listening.
thing for one
Just
day.
so
The next day
passionate
was
about
something
it.
else. And if you see what happened when he had his solo career, that was it. And he kind of gave Dave a little slight there. Then the interviewer asked him about Van Halen 3. He says, was Gary a mistake? And he said, it was not Gary. It was actually just the circumstance around it. I have the rough tapes.
We should be able to appreciate both pre and post Dave. I totally agree. And you can favor one over the other. That's fine too.
Were expecting it really didn't fit the bill. He said, Ed is not a lyricist, okay? I'm not a lyricist. I'm not a cook, but I know when I've had a good meal, which I thought was a very interesting statement. He also said you have to recognize what you're capable of and what you're not capable of. There is no way in hell if I studied for a
MD
million
nailed
years
it.
that I could write lyrics like Bernie Taupin. Bernie was brilliant. Then he says we came this close to getting him to write for us too, which was another shock. Bernie Taupin is going to write fucking Van Halen lyrics?
Not with Dave in the band. I mean, Dave was adamant that nobody else
Well, so was
was
Sam.
going to be writing with him. Because wasn't, what's his name, the guy who wrote the hits for Bon Jovi?
We interviewed him.
Desmond
yes,
Child.
Right. Like Desmond Child was asked to come in and write with them.
Yep.
And Dave was like, hell no. Right?
Right.
I think that was it. So when Al says that, I mean, I guess him and Ed were contemplating it, but I mean, Dave certainly wasn't. And I think Sam was not a fan of that either. I mean, going back to the 90s when they were starting to have trouble, they weren't telling Sam what to write, but they were trying to like guide him in the right direction.
Yeah.
Especially for Humans Being, for example.
Yeah.
Like Sam was like, no, I'm the lyricist. I'm writing the words.
Oh, yeah.
Something else that you guys have in common is they were definitely not fans of outside songwriters coming in. Because, by the way, the outside songwriters weren't helping with the music. They were helping with the lyrics.
Right.
And so if you're the lyric guy, aren't you like insulted like, oh, so we're bringing in someone to help with the lyrics, but not the music?
Right.
So it's not the music's not the problem.
Right.
The lyrics are the problem?
Exactly.
That's how they're looking at it.
Sure.
Mhm.
And you know,
I
it's
can't blame them for being mad.
I can't blame him for being mad either. Now, the interviewer, again, will give another tip of the hat. He said here, did you play on Van Halen 3 because there is legend that you didn't. Give him big ups for these questions. He said, no, that never happened. Ed had the demo tapes I played on. I was almost embarrassed I played on that record. There's no Ed playing, but that's how those stories come out. Urban legends. I'll be the first to admit, I should have never been taking all those painkillers. And without pointing fingers at anyone, Ed was not a leader of the project. Ed was a musician. He had it in his head what needed to be done. But as far as organizing everything and having everything going in the same direction, how can you have a 7-minute song, Ed? Nobody wants to hear a 7-minute song unless it's Stairway to Heaven, but that was written already. Again, no one is to blame. There was nobody steering the ship, and when we tried, it got ugly. And the most important thing is Ed had a lot of interesting ideas. So that was unbelievable, especially considering that it completely contrasts Mike Post's interview.
Right. So the producer of the album is lying. That's what I'm hearing.
Listen to these guys.
They didn't have a leader, right? Like
no
Ed
one was steering the ship, he said.
Right. No one was steering the ship. Like Ed was steering the ship, but that really wasn't where his talents lie.
Well, what he said here in indirect way is, if you read between the lines, is Ed's not a leader.
Ed's not a leader in terms of like a producer for an album, right? And that's fair. I think we've discussed that before.
Yeah.
That one of the biggest problems with that album is that no one was there telling Ed it's a bad idea or someone to bounce ideas off of. Like, I really
I grew up listening and enjoying both. MD, you and me are the only ones old enough to remember Van Halen. Everyone else here is a whatnot whippersnapper. Probably never heard of Van Halen.
You gotta listen like a lawyer. He says, "Oh, I'm on that album." Yeah, he is on that album. He's not playing all throughout that album. He's on 3 fucking tracks. He's on One I Want, Without You, and Fire in the Hole. And so is Mike.
Right, but he's making it sound like he was on the whole album.
Well, but he said, up, you gotta listen, you gotta chop it up. Oh, Ed has the demos. He is on the demos, I think. But like, what's on that album?
Listen to these guys. They're so horny for the subject. It's fantastic.
He didn't make the final cut. He's on 3 cuts out of the whole album. And so is Mike. And the bottom line is Ed went awry with that project, and no one will say anything about it. No one will address. The only Mike Post let the cat out of the bag. Sorry, man. He'd lift the lid off that motherfucker, and all of the Ghostbusters came out. No putting that back in the bag. That's it.
No. So, either Mike Post is a big fat liar. There's always 2 sides of the story, or 3 sides to the story, to borrow a extreme album title, right? There's my side, there's your side, and then there's the truth, which is probably somewhere in the middle.
Right. Of course. So now, then he talked about Dave, even more praise. He says Dave wasn't really in competition with anybody. In Dave's world, there was only Dave, and I respect that. Because it's not ego. That's beyond. I mean, you need that kind of confidence. We used to go out to these big festivals and we had these bands that were incredibly organized and whatever. We go on half-baked and steal the show because Dave had a way of connecting with people, which was extremely important. He had that skill, and nobody's going to stop that. I don't care what anybody says. I love the guy. It's a gift. Whoa!
Wow, not what you were saying in 1986, but that's okay.
I know how fucked up he is. I know how crazy he is, but god damn it, that guy got the job done. And you know what? I can't say that he's not wrong. So that's the truth. He also said music is not about music. It's about people. People don't remember what you played. They remember how you made them feel. And that's the key. So that was an interesting quote.
I love that quote.
Oh, you love that quote? Yeah.
I have heard that quote outside of music by somebody else. Like when you work with someone, nobody remembers the work you did, but they remember what it's like working with you. And if that was an experience or not. And Al is saying the same
Interesting.
And that really rings true.
Right, absolutely. He also talked about Don Landy. He says, I love Don. I still
Hey, don't forget to vote for your favorite
and you know what?
sketch cover.
Or verbally disagree. He's an
It's
engineer.
sketch cover
Don is an
madness.
amazing man. Sometimes it ran sideways into other people's vision, but it all worked out in the end. And all the reissues that we have, the records that we've done, I made sure Don was involved with them because I owe it to him. But he's the man who did it. So praise for Don. What do you think of that?
Oh, I'm not surprised. I mean, he's been working with Don for like the past year or two on the Dave era reissues that are coming out on, I forget what the format is, on the super vinyl and the super CDs, I'll call them.
Yeah.
So that's what Al has been working. You know, when you think about it, Al's been working like both sides of the stick. He's smoking both sides of the cigarette, right? It's like he's reissuing the Dave stuff on like, you know, the super vinyl and the super CDs. And on the Sam side, he's reissuing those albums with quote unquote bonus tracks. So I can't really fault Al for not working to keep the Van Halen catalog out there and re-release stuff. I sure wish the heck they would throw in a lot more bonus tracks.
Right.
But like we said earlier, Al's take on this is, you know, unfinished tracks are like a no-no. That's not what they do. And Ed was the same way because he was always the guy who said, hey, we released what we released and anything else wasn't worth releasing.
Right.
And that's where they are. And Al's like, listen, it's got to be really good product. So half-ass finished demos are not something they're interested in releasing. And we're just not going to see that, I don't think, while Al is alive.
No,
Maybe
but-
Wolf will change his tune
Yeah.
in, you know, like a decade or so now, but who knows?
So now he talked about the South American
How do
show.
they
and
know what
obviously
we
the interviewer is
remember?
Brazil. He said the South
I'm so
American
old that
audience
I can
is
barely
very
remember
open.
myself.
There's a reason why most people record their live records. They have
Yeah,
no
I hear
energy,
that.
And you just can't explain it. He said we should have recorded a live record there. So I'm sure you must have felt justified hearing that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we'll get into that later.
Yeah.
But my first response is it would have been very easy for you because you guys recorded like a lot of shows down there.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been that hard. But yeah, I totally agree. I mean, those South American shows rock.
Yeah, absolutely. And he also wrapped up by talking about Wolf. He says, we talk every 3 or 4 days, you know, he's very careful. He doesn't want to be looked at as Ed Jr. He's in a tough spot, meaning he could have just continued the Van Halen stuff, but then he decided to go on his own and be his own man, and we're very proud of him. He also talked a little bit
Very
about
nice.
Ed and
Very
Mitch
nice.
Mike. He said, Ed and I, as usual, were in the studio alone because nobody could tolerate it. They'd rather be at the beach. But I got news for you. You better work for this shit. Nobody showed up. And then one day, Ed and I were playing, and there was a bass coming from behind the curtain, and it was Wolf. We did call Mike because we owed him that, and we did call him, and he didn't answer. He had the same manager. Come on. But I'm not angry with him. I love Mike. But, you know, and I was like, wait a minute. They called Mike and Mike didn't answer? I mean, what?
That doesn't sound right either.
Rapidy. Telling me that Mike Love, when he said, I found out Wolf was in the band the same time everybody else did. And you're telling me they called him and he
Yeah.
didn't call back?
Get outta
He
here.
is the most loyal guy in that band.
Get
Now,
out of
I
here.
know the Van Halen brothers think that everybody, with the possible exception of David Lee Roth, and everybody else besides the two brothers, don't have a solid work ethic. Because those guys, I think this would be somewhat fair to say, are workaholics. Like they like to go up there and jam all the time. That wasn't Mike and that wasn't Sam. They liked to have lives. So they weren't as into it as the brothers were.
Right.
Now, but was Mike even invited? I mean, I just find that so hard to
I know.
believe. Did they call him up and say, oh, hey, Mike, we're jamming, but by the way, we're not paying you the same, you know, like we did in 2004. You're basically going to be a hired hand, but, you know, give us a call back. Is Mike going to call him back and forget a call like that? No. Why? Because he's playing with Sam and he's having a good time with Sam and he doesn't want to deal with any of the agita or BS. So did they call Mike? I don't know. Mike has never mentioned that again. I mean, it's like, come on. How do you say this with such a straight face?
Amazing.
Love
It
these
is
guys.
amazing. And you know, it's insulting. It's insulting to Mike, who is the nicest guy in the band and probably most of rock and roll. Everybody says that. I mean, Mike knows this is his bread and butter. He's not an idiot. Because believe me, they treated him like crap several times over the years, and he stuck it through because he knew he wasn't going to find a better gig anywhere else.
Right.
You tell me he's not going to put up with it one more time? Well, maybe not. Maybe he just finally had enough. But come on, he went on that 2004 tour for the fans, even though he took a massive pay cut. So you telling me he wouldn't do it for the fans one more time? Come on, give me a break.
Mike is checking every old answering machine he has to see how he missed that call.
Right, yes.
Where's that call? Where's that call? So anyway, we're gonna move on to the next subject. Congratulations to that gentleman, Gustavo. He was fantastic, doing a really good job interviewing Alex and handled him very well. And Alex was very open with him. I think he's more open with European guys, to be honest with you.
Well, again, he was excited and engaged in the interview. So you could definitely see the change of tone from when he was promoting Brothers, like a year or two ago.
Absolutely. And you know what? My little tidbit to Alex, call Glenn Hughes. He's the only guy of your age group that can still sing like a motherfucker.
Ooh,
That's not a bad idea.
That is a good call, my friend.
Not a bad idea, actually.
And we're moving on to another shock. Oh my God, did Dave and I get birthday gifts? Holy shit, 5150 Expanded Edition. We are now going to get a third box set from the Van Hagar era, and it's coming out in March of this year, and it's going to be priced at $99.98 if you want to get the physical, which is going to include a vinyl, 3 CDs, and 1 Blu-ray. And we'll go through what it's going to be. So you're going to get the vinyl, which is going to be the regular vinyl of 5150, which will be remastered. Just the 9 songs that are there. Good enough. Why Can't This Be Love? Get Up, Dream, Summer Nights, Best of Both Worlds, Love Walks In, 5150, and Inside. So the regular, that's the vinyl. And of course, again, they're including the vinyl with the CDs. There's no separate versions. Then you're going to get 3 CDs. The original album remastered, and it's from the 2023 remaster, by the way. And it's the regular album. Then we get to CD2, the rarities. Well, how rare are these rarities? Not too rare. So they're going to be the Best of Both Worlds edit, Dreams edit, Love Walks In edit, Why Can't This Be Love extended version, Dreams extended version, Best of Both Worlds live, Rock and Roll live, and Love Walks In live. Now that's a little cloudy because you're like, live from where? Now hold that question mark for a minute while we go to CD3, which is live in New Haven, Connecticut, 1986. Essentially Live Without a Net. So this is going to be the audio version of Live Without a Net, sort of. And let me get into that. So this CD, the third CD, is missing a few cuts from Live Without a Net. Now let's remember, Live Without a Net was already edited. Missing from Live Without a Net, the home video from 1986 was Dreams, Good Enough, You Really Got Me, and the Guitar Duel. Okay, that was missing from that program. So what we were calling for, Dave and I, is let's put out Live Without a Net, restore all that. That would be nice to have as bonus material. Let me also add that the other disc is a Blu-ray of Live Without a Net and a Dreams promo video, which is another question mark. We'll get to that in a minute. But here, the Live Without a Net audio is, there's only one way to rock. Summer Nights, 5150, Panama, Best of Both Worlds, Love Walks In, Guitar Solo, I Can't Drive 55, Ain't Talk About Love, Wild Thing, Why Can't This Be Love, and Rock and Roll. Now, missing from the Live Without a Net set list is Get Up, the drum solo, Mike's bass solo. Interesting enough, they've added Wild Thing. So they took out Get Up, took out the drum solo, took out the bass solo, added Wild Thing, and then didn't bother including Dreams, Good Enough, You Really Got Me, or the Guitar Duel.
Dreams is a big
know
hit.
why. Perhaps it's a timeline thing. However, they're wasting CD2 with these so-called rarities. Best of Both Worlds edit, Dreams edit, Love Walks In edit. What that means, by the way, is the shortened versions for the singles. Those songs were singles. The Why Can't This Be Love extended version, now remember this, it's just another little piece of keyboard. That's nothing. Same thing with Dreams, both edited down for the singles. Now, Best of Both Worlds, Rock and Roll, and Love Walks In live, that's on CD2 as part of the rarities disc. Are those just repeats from what's on the third CD, or are those different versions? Now, why are we giving up 3 tracks on CD 3 and then adding 3 songs on CD 2 that are repeat? It just doesn't make any sense. And then on top of this, the Blu-ray is live without a net. It says an HD upgrade, but I'm assuming it's going to be the whole show as we normally saw it back in '86. And it says Dreams promo video. Now, there is a Blue Angels video of Dreams, if you remember the famous Dreams video from '86 with the Blue Angels. And they also have the live Dreams from 1993, which they did at the Whiskey A Go-Go. I'm assuming it's not that. Is it something else? Is it the live Missing Dreams from 1986? If that's the case, why aren't you just putting it back into the show? I don't quite understand what the fuck is going on. It doesn't make any sense.
These guys are
First
wacky.
of all of this is from New Haven, Connecticut. And they play
All
2
of it.
dates there, August 26th and the 27th. So if I'm remembering correctly, for the DVD, they had trouble recording the first night. So the DVD is from the second night.
Okay.
The DVD, as we know, is not complete. They are re-releasing it without any bonus tracks, as you mentioned. And so the concern for fans is that they are just upgrading the DVD. I think the concert was originally filmed on film, and then they moved it to videotape. And so there's only so much you could do to upgrade the videotape, and that's what they're upgrading. So
I'm just
fans are
having fun
disappointed.
drawing windows
Obviously,
today.
fans are also disappointed. It's
I
not
like the
the whole
abstract
show,
pattern
which really goes into the whole
in the
laziness of
background.
the whole thing, that they refused to go back for audio or video and do the whole show and only use what's out there. Now, what's happening on the audio CD? At first glance, you're thinking, well, it's the Live Without a Net DVD, just the audio, with like some songs missing and they added some songs. What some people are thinking is, no, that's not what it is. It's the audio that was released as a radio show back in the day. I think it was Westwood One.
Right.
Can't swear to that.
Probably.
But that's what it was. And oh, by the way, the press release listing the songs on the second CD is incomplete because it's missing a song. Because someone looked at a picture of the second CD and said, oh, are you guys worried about Get Up or Good Enough not being on there?
Well,
Because it's on there, it's listed on the CD.
oh, that's confusing. So wait a second.
Right.
Maybe someone made a mistake with the press release. So here's the other thing that's crazy. So Good Enough was never on Live Without a Net. Now I'm reading on iTunes and streaming, we're gonna get Good Enough as a bonus.
Right, and it's probably on the CDs too, because again, it wasn't on the press release because I think they just inadvertently didn't list it.
Okay.
Which just goes to show you like the lack of detail being put into this. I mean, they can't get the listing of the tracks right. They put it out on YouTube before the whole thing gets officially announced. I mean, it's just all this ridiculousness. And what you were asking about before, hey, what about those B-side tracks?
Yeah.
How are they different? Somebody who works for Rhino, which is officially putting this out, said, oh, well, they're different mixes. So the response was, okay, they're different mixes of the same song. So what?
What
Right?
does that
I
mean?
think so. Like, was one like a mix for the B side, and the other one was the Westwood One mix, or the Live Without a Net mix? Like, who cares if it's a different mix of the same song? So there's going to be some repeat on the album for sure.
Why?
And I'm totally excited that they are actually releasing this on the anniversary of 5150. I'm shocked that anyone's even thinking that.
Yeah.
Did not see this coming,
Yeah.
and I'm totally excited.
Yeah.
I'm totally not excited that I think they're just reissuing the same studio mixes of 5150 that they did a few years ago, and the bonus tracks are really not bonus tracks. There's nothing from the vault, and the only thing anybody wanted was a full quality version of one of the shows from New Haven,
Yeah.
and we're still not getting.
We're
Right.
looking
It's
for a
amazing,
complete
and, you know,
show.
the whole
Yes, that
guitar
makes
duel
sense.
between Sam and Ed was so much fun in the show. That could have been added. You see clips of it in the credits of Live Without a Net, but I mean, that could have been restored. I would have put Live Without a Net across 2 CDs. Now they're also releasing it as a live album for Record Store Day, right? I mean, they're doing that too.
And like, okay, that's great for the vinyl lovers out there,
Yeah.
but it's like they've been doing with the other releases.
Right.
It's just more of the same.
Right. It's easy, low-hanging fruit. They're
Yes,
also giving away
yes.
an 11 by 11 lithograph with every purchase. They're having a green vinyl version too. I mean, there's all this weird
Yeah,
stuff. It's
right. Like if you buy the physical media,
Yeah.
you know, that's like, okay, that's nice, but
I know. It's crazy. So anyway, that's happening. We're excited for that. We'll certainly review that when it's coming. But let me tell you, you really want some good Van Halen. You want to sink your teeth into something. Music Media Archive
Fun.
dropped 3 shows that I know my partner Dave here is very excited about. February 5th, 1983, February 11th, 1983, and February 12th, 1983. The 5th is from the Montevideo, Uruguay. The 11th is from Buenos Aires, Argentina. And the last show, which is February 12th, 1983, which is from Buenos Aires, Argentina as well. And that is the final night of the No Problem Tour, as they called it. And wow, there's some really good stuff here. Really nice, cool stuff. And the February 5th recording is the first live performance of Dancing in the Street. Also the first time since 81. So this is love. And Summertime Blues returns to the set list, which is really, really cool. They also do a little tease of Black Sabbath's Symptoms of the Universe, and Dance the Night Away ends with Eddie quickly playing a little unique riff, which is a clip of Keep It in the Dark from Genesis. What did you make of February 5th?
So if you've been listening to this podcast, it's no secret that I love this show.
Right.
It's been released before. It's one of my favorite Van Halen bootlegs, if not my favorite. One of the first ones I bought. And there was an upgrade about, I don't even know. It's got to be like 15 years ago now or something, where they found more of the show. The whole complete show has never been released. So this came out in better quality, because whatever released before was the radio show, like the FM signal kept coming in and out. And so I'm super excited to get this in better quality and get a lot of the missing parts of the original show. Some songs cut out early, especially like the end of the show. We now have the complete end of the show. And so I'm tickled pink. Interestingly, the song begins midway through Romeo Delight, just like the radio show. So we're still denied the whole show. Interestingly, the sound quality of this, while it's much better than the radio show, is not quite as good as some of the other releases that have been put out. So I was kind of surprised at that.
Don't forget, vote for your favorite.
What was out there. And
I'm going to blow out fairly soon. Vote for your favorite so I can we can get a definitive winner. It's a tight race on Facebook and Instagram, so you whatnotters are going to make the decision for everybody.
Because he was a sound guy, had 2 cassettes running.
Almost done. I think I should run this. I'm going to run this.
Tape recordings going when you interview somebody, because God forbid one of them craps out. That was the theory of the same thing. But I am so happy that this was released, and like you mentioned, first time some songs have been played ever or in a long time. And the Somebody Get Me a Doctor jam had crazy stuff in it, like the Genesis thing you referenced, and it's just like an all-around fun
150
show. So if anybody listening to this podcast hasn't listened to it,
for a single figure.
you should.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then they do a 2-night stand.
And this isn't really a full background. We'll call it 50.
The 12th one
I'm
is
50.
interesting. It's sort of like the band a little
Half
looser.
backgrounds.
The last night of the tour,
So I'm getting 150 and 150 and 100 for the background. So I'm getting 400.
During the full bog, and there's an extended intro into So This Is Love. Because
Let's do a further discount.
Trails. They're doing all kinds of stuff. And Somebody Get Me a Doctor jam included a progressive evolution of Growth Gone Bad, and this also teases House of Pain. Both Argentina shows also see the return of Growth, which is as an intro to Bottoms Up rather than You Really Got Me. So there's some
The
really
backgrounds are
interesting stuff there.
kind of
What's the name
simple.
of
This
Oh,
one's
yeah.
a little
First of
involved.
all, the 12,
I'm going to take
the
another
last one
50
on
off and just
tour,
call $50 for all of this background. So it's a 150, 300, 350 for the background. I'm going to run the
Sometimes,
auction.
like, he forgets some lyrics more than once. Like, more than just his, I forgot.
I'm going to
the
clean all this up.
Like, beyond that
I'm going to
shit.
clean all
Like,
this up
he's
while the
genuinely
auction is
forgetting
running.
words to songs. If you're
Feel
a
free
Dave
to
fan,
jump in.
you need to listen to that 12 show because he is just full
30
on.
seconds.
Very interesting show. Great way to end the tour. The day before that, the 11th, is really super interesting because it wasn't recorded, or at least it wasn't released as a recording recorded by Roy. It's actually a radio show sent in by two different fans, and it was spliced together so we could get the most complete show possible. So that means that these tapes have been lying around for, like 40-ish years. And finally, two fans were like, oh, here you go. Here they are. Do what you want with them, upload them, whatever. So that's how we got the 11th show. So, like you said in the past, Dave, there is stuff out there, and people are just sitting on it.
Oh, yeah.
And that's how the 11th show got released.
Absolutely. And why don't you tell us about the other release they put out, which is the remix? It's like a best of.
Oh, well, that was not put out by the same guy. That was put out by somebody independently. So what happened was, after the 1982 show, somebody on YouTube put out a best of the 1982 shows, and they picked the best song from each show. And so for the 1983 tour, the same thing was done. They picked the best songs from the 1983 shows. So if you're sitting there going, I can't listen to all these shows, I just don't have the time for that, you can definitely look it up on YouTube and find the best of the 1982 or the 1983 tours. If you only want to listen to it once or twice, that's your best bet.
What's the name of the guy who does that?
And the guy who releases those best ofs, it's called Taking a Ride. TAKIN/A/ride. Look him up on YouTube. For example, Best of the 83 is called Best of the 83 No Problem Tour, Van Halen. So look it up if you don't want to listen to all the shows. It'll be well worth your time.
Excellent. Also want to tell you guys a little update about a Van Halen book that has been in the works for years. We've mentioned it here before. I'm going to give you an update about it. It's from one of our listeners named Mikkel Schinkel, and he's the author of Van Halen, The Dutch Connection. And you can check out his new website, which just got launched, and it's called Van Halen, TheDutchConnection.com. This is a book that Mikkel has been working on. He started in 2023, and then he got more serious into it in 2024, and he's continuing through 2025, and he's still writing it. It's a book focused on Holland, the country where Alex and Edward were born, and part one starts with the introductions and the family history, and a lot of the background information about Van Halen and Van Beers families.
No bites.
He said this is the stuff
That was a good deal, by the
been
way.
out before. Part two focuses on stories about the early part of the band, 1978 to 1980 concerts in the
Let me
Netherlands.
edit that.
It also has transcripts from interviews done from Dutch and radio and TV. So the brothers were more open with Dutch journalists, making those interviews more interesting to read. Parts 3 and 4 include his personal experience in interviews with the individuals who worked alongside the band. The book is about 500 pages. It's going to be in hardcover and has over 400 very often never published before seen photos. That should be very exciting. Mikkel had personal encounters with the band that's going to be part of the book between 1991
Now I'm going
and
to
2024.
divvy them up. So we're gonna auction off Venom, and then we're gonna auction off Spidey, and then we'll see how that goes. Here we go.
Humans being me-wise magic and can't get this stuff no more. And the interviews took place between 94 and 2024. He did an extended interview with Edward in March 5th of 1997 at 5150, where he spoke about the recording of Beat It in very high detail. He reports from David Lee Roth's European tours between 1988 and 1999. He's got reports from Chickenfoot's European tours from 2009 and 2012. 12th, and also from Sammy's Best of All Worlds tour. He has stories told by Dutch family members, and he has the detailed family history of the Van Halens, an interview with Pierre Corbois, who is a jazz drummer who played with Jan Van Halen before the family moved to the United States in
There we go.
1962. He also has
So we're gonna run Venom on his own. Cityscape monster lit from below.
And he has exclusive, never before
The city,
published
New
photos
York,
from
it's always full of
1978 photo
stuff.
shoot
You can
by
smell it in
Goldberg,
the air.
Dear
So I like to
Roots,
visually
which was done in the
represent
Amsterdam
that.
studios, and rare photos from 1978 to 1984.
Birds flying
taken in
around,
Belgium, Holland,
garbage in the
Germany.
air,
So
fumes,
this is exciting.
steam
I know Mikkel
pipes.
has been hard at work on this book for a very long time. He's not doing any pre-sales right now, but you can check the website out every once in a while to check on updates. Like I said, it's Van Halen, thedutchconnection.com. And you can actually email him if you like at contact@vanhalen.thedutchconnection.com. And it's Mikkel Schinkel. And we wish Mikkel all the luck in the world.
So here we go, 150 for single figure, $50 for like a half a background. It's not a complete background.
To do that when he's ready to promote it, when it's
We'll
ready to
start
come
the
out,
auction,
we'll
1
get
minute.
him on here and we'll talk about it. What do you think of that?
I'm super excited.
Here we
for
go.
that book.
For
I hope
sale.
he wraps it up soon, not only because
J.S.
they'll be
Noah,
on
where are
the
you from?
podcast,
I
but
don't
can't wait to
recall
see everything he
garbage
has.
flying in the air.
Description
LOL.
sounds amazing.
New York City, man.
Absolutely. Also want to let you guys know that Van Halen's song Jump is going to get
NYC. And maybe not pieces like this, but you can smell the particles in the air. There's a thickness to the air. There's all kind of steam and stuff floating out of from the streets and things like that. Go to NYC and enjoy the textures. I lived there for 20 years. I remember walking from a bus station to my apartment. It was maybe about 10 blocks. And I smelled every human waste, every human waste smell that you could imagine on the way up. 10-block walk. Good times. $200. I doubt that's changed. I mean, it's been a while since I've been in New York. I was actually there last October. It has not changed at all. All right, and then Spidey Cityscape. So we've got two. Did we sell Venom? We did not. That's fine. But can we sell Spidey? Let's see. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to tighten up this web. I'm going to get my signature in there by gum. I'm going to tighten up these webs. And then we're going to launch. Here we go. Should we do a minute? Let's do a minute. So single figure, 150. Backgrounds are usually 200, but there's not too much going on here. It's fairly simple background, very graphic. So I'm just adding 50 for the background today. That could all change. If you were to meet me at Northeast Comic Con tomorrow, Saturday, and or Sunday, this is a $250 piece. Oh, I'm in Jersey. Jersey's just as fragrant Where in Jersey are you from? That I can attest to. I recall one time leaving my apartment and a dude was just pissing on the next stoop. LOL. There you go. You're in the same part of Jersey I'm thinking of. Dude didn't even try to hide. Yes, people are very comfortable with their um, releases. So yeah, I won't forget that walk from the bus station to my apartment. I used to live on 57th and 9th Ave. It was a very nice location, 2 blocks from everything, 3 blocks from everything. I miss that location so much. The convenience of everything. Museum, the MoMA was like 3, 4 blocks away. Very prominent movie theater in the 90s called the Ziegfeld. It was a 100-year-old theater. 3 blocks away from my apartment. I was 1 block away from the Art Students League. I could just walk over there and jump in on a class. And 2 blocks, 1 to 2 blocks in either direction was a grocery store. 3 blocks from Central Park. I miss the location and the convenience, everything. Um, but yeah, there's stuff going on, man, and including in the air. That's for sure. And I was there in October for New York Comic Con, and things, if anything, things have gotten magnified, and so much construction, so much traffic, so much roads just beat to shit. So many people on the street, not just pedestrians, but homeless people, and uh, so much just garbage all over the place. It's nothing's. If anything, things have magnified since I've been there. But I used to live in a really nice neighborhood, so when I went to New York Comic Con, uh, it's in a more how do I say this? It's in a rundown's not the right word, but it's more industrial, I guess. Ah, more traffic, like all the traffic outlets. We were on the coast, directly on the coast. That's where the Javits Center is. So it's right along the main traffic thoroughfares, the Lincoln Tunnel, the West Side, Henry Hudson. So there's a lot of traffic. There's a lot of construction. The roads are beat up to hell, and there's building construction at the same time. So there's a lot of stuff all around. A lot of texture, a lot of debris, a lot of smells, bus fumes, the whole thing. So here, I'm drawing a bus fume right now. This will make you want this drawing, I'm sure. Don't forget your bus fumes, folks. The bus fumes are vicious. I can't ride on a bus anymore because back in my drinking days, I once went out partying a little too much and got on a bus and vomited on the bus because the fumes were just so intense. So intense. So here's your bus fume for the day. It looks like he wants another one too. This is so polluted. Um, and maybe they'll actually break out those electric buses one day and we'll be fume free. That would be so cool. In the meantime, NYC full of fumes, full of debris, and we celebrate that in our drawing. Cool. So yeah, I'm gonna blow out soon. Does anybody have any questions or requests or anything? I still have another commission to do, and I've got a lot of prep to do for that. Maybe I'll do it here live. Don't forget, vote for your favorite. I haven't seen any extra votes yet. Vote for your favorite sketch cover madness. There is no wrong answer. So, should I do the commission live? Let's see how I feel, because I was going to grab something to eat first.
A huge update. So the FIFA World Cup for 2026, this song is going to be like one of the lead songs for this incredible event. J Balvin and Amber Mark are doing the vocal duties on this cover, as well as Blink-182's drummer Travis Barker is playing on the kit, and Steve Vai is playing guitar on it. And it kicked off the campaign with the Bubbling Up Coca-Cola commercial, which has a bit of the song in it. We don't have a full version of the song. It hasn't been released yet, but the World Cup's going to be from June 11th to July 19th, and it's going to be spread across 3 host countries, Canada, Mexico, and the United States. And here is a clip of Jump, the new cover for the FIFA World Cup.
I'm here in the stadium, and the FIFA World Cup is just around the corner.
I'm getting some activity on the YouTube. Crazy. What? Thanks.
The FIFA World Cup is coming, and all eyes are on Lamine Yamal.
Who was the winner? We haven't figured that out yet. This is the other one you worked on today, Joe. Worked on this guy and this guy. Well, I finished up this guy. We connected the cityscape. Maybe I should pull the camera back a little.
So that is interesting. Dave, do you think Jump will get even more popular now?
I think it will certainly keep it in the limelight, so that's always good. Anything to keep the band in front of people, perhaps have new fans come in, is great. You know, it's another easy buck for the band to make.
So if anybody wants me, if anyone missed the auction, I auctioned these off as a group and as each individual piece, and no one bit. If anyone wants to claim these today,
and Switzerland, and they're going to wrap it.
If anybody wants to take these out of the hands of the Northeast Comic-Con attendees, who will almost certainly buy these, now's your chance. Let me know. I'll run the auction. In the meantime, I got to do another piece. It is Venom versus Wolverine cover recreation, and I have to do that on 9x12. So I've got to find the pencils for that. Can't even print them out. Yeah, I gotta print them out, but then I'll transfer them. So maybe we'll do that here live. I'm not sure. It's kind of boring to watch me transfer stuff, but see how I feel. Oh. A part of Jersey. The part where people pee on buildings in public. Ainge is in Jersey too, but I don't think Ainge lives in the area where they pee on buildings in public. All right, so I'm gotta figure out where in the world I gotta make this easy for myself so I can get stuff done. Where is a printable version of Venom versus Wolverine? Ugh. I think if I find my sketchbook files, that's probably a good place to start. Hmm. Hmm. Wow, 2024? Is that really? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Stand by. Stand by. What the hell? What the hell? Okay, you guys listen and vote, and I got some searching to do.
All up in Wolf's home country, at least his background, in Amsterdam, Netherlands, on Saturday, December 12th, 2026. So perhaps they'll have a little homecoming reunion there. It'd be interesting to see if Wolf gets a lot of press on that. Also, wanted to let you know that Mammoth put out a new video for the single One of a Kind, which is a fantastic track off his album The End. Here's a clip. This is a live video that has multi-cam shots capturing the band's energy on the stage. It's really full of octane, showing Wolfgang as well as the entire band, the crew, the stage, the light setup, the crowd, the light show, the whole backdrop. It's really unbelievable. It gives you the feel of what it's like to see Mammoth in concert. Really just a high energy video, really fun. There's really cool shot of Wolf playing his solo, where the background is this swirling video behind him with all these rings. It looks amazing. The video got a lot of color, and it also has some cool slow motion shots. And there's another interesting part of the song where it's like 4 minutes and 15 seconds in, and they do that whole like 1 minute and 15-second outro, and Wolf sings "We're Not Coming Home, We're Not Coming Home," and they just kind of jam out toward the end.
Newark. You never. Ames is in Newark. Ames has seen things flying through the air.
Yeah, that was really interesting. That was a nice touch and was fun to watch and listen to.
Absolutely. Now, also wanted to alert you guys to Pawn Stars, not porn stars, Pawn, Pawn Stars, which is that show that links to pawn shops. Interesting enough, this woman comes on there and has a pair of Eddie sneakers. These are the high top sneakers of the red with the white and black stripes on it. This is the season 24, episode 4 episode, and she has a pair of these sneakers that were apparently Eddie's that he autographed, and she was looking to get $10,000 for them. So she brought them in there, and the guy sized them up, and he was looking at the signature on there, and he brought in an expert. It was a really funny situation. So the woman was looking for like $10,000. The guy who came in to analyze the autograph said, you know what? Since Eddie Van Halen passed away in 2020, I've seen his stuff skyrocket. His guitars are going for hundreds of thousands of dollars. He says, but he goes, you're looking at something like $30,000 for these. He goes, it could be as high as 50. So the woman's getting all excited. And then the guy goes, I'll give you 10 grand. I can't authenticate whether Eddie wore these or not, but the signature is obviously verified by this guy because what he does is he checks like all these little details to Eddie's signature. Oh, look at the way he crosses the sevens and the way he does this and that. So the guy said they were authentic, but then the guy's like, well, you know, I don't know if Eddie really wore them, this and that. And she goes, can you go a little higher than 10 grand? He goes, I'll give you 10.5. And she goes, sold. And the guy bought the sneakers. So what'd you make of that?
He'll probably double his money. That's what I think. That was a cool thing to see, those sneakers. And those were like big sneakers.
Yeah.
Like not in terms of the shoe size, but they went up high. Those things were almost like boots.
Yeah, they were very odd. They weren't like regular high top.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
I was impressed because most of the stuff you see on that show, no one is buying right away, or you know, it's not worth a heck of a lot of money. But like 5 figures, that was something else. So I'm glad it was Ed's legit signature. I'm willing to bet somebody somewhere has a picture of him wearing it.
Oh, absolutely. Also, want to let you guys know, Jason Becker, David Lee Roth's former guitarist, released a video for his new song, Crisp Tone Night. This is going to be from his upcoming release, The Strawberry Jams, which is a collection of demos and musical ideas straight from the man himself. Jason has a unique way of writing music where he uses his eyes. We've had Jason on this podcast indirectly. We interviewed him through his family, asked him questions, and he answered them for us. The Strawberry Jams is going to be available on Bandcamp for free download, so check that out. And if you guys want to help Jason with his medical bills, Jason has a very rare disease that he's suffering from, but still very strong and living and going forward. He is accepting it at paypal.com, and you can go in there and type in Jason Becker. His team Becker is his team. Everything goes directly to helping his ongoing care. Listen to a clip of this incredible song, Crisp Tone Night.
It's true. I'm the artist of the most #1 issues featuring Spider-Man and/or his cast. Here they are. And probably one of my best sellers. Actually, I've discovered recently that this one sold fairly well. Also, the Venom Spider-Man crossover, Along Came a Spider. But pretty sure this was my most popular cover.
I liked it a lot. It's actually Jason playing back in like 1990, I think, or something like that. So that's a real treat to hear an unreleased Jason Becker track that he had other people come on and play. So God bless that guy. He is inspirational. He has beaten the odds. And not only is he surviving, but he is living and still putting out music and communicating. It's inspiring. And anytime anyone's like, well, forget this, I don't think I can do it, I'd be like, you should follow Jason Becker's lead. That guy has had a lot of adversity.
Mm-hmm.
He's still going and beating the odds.
Good job.
So just incredible. So
Good
super
job.
happy he's still releasing music, and I was super happy to hear.
Okay.
he's doing.
Let's do this.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. And to wrap up Van Halen news, I want to let you guys know about Final Resonance TV on YouTube has put out a thing called the Van Halen Trail 2026. It's historical locations of Van Halen in Pasadena, California. So this video is a guy who takes you through the journey of Van Halen at these different locations, like the Canada High School, Lantherman Auditorium, and then they show Eddie's old home, as well as David Lee Roth's old home, and the photo shoot site that Niels Lowenauer did with Van Halen, and the Pasadena Civic Center, and Eddie Van Halen's tribute plaque on that stage that they made for him there, and all kinds of cool stuff. So definitely check that out. It's located on Final Resonance TV on YouTube. So want to check that out. That wraps up Van Halen news.
And that's the way it is.
Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch.
To our full breakdown of Van Halen.
Daytona IROC with his second sketch in 2 days.
Especially Brandon Wall has. This is like the last Van Halen album that we never broke down, but we were saving it for a while, and we are on the end of its 35th anniversary. It's about to turn 36, so before it does, we wanted to do a whole full breakdown of the album. Dave and I get into every little detail about it, breaking down each song and the album covers and all kinds of background stories about it. Really interesting.
I told you these guys are horny for Van Halen. They're so passionate.
Great discussions on there, and that is all happening next. Take a listen.
Little Eddie Van Halen is a regular genuist on the Moog synthesizer. He plays it with all 12 of his fingers, the same ones he uses on his guitars. These homemade Dennis the Menace bits of trouble and whatnot. We'll be playing it as you hear it on the stage as we go around the world with this. We are carrying the world's largest production ever taken on a full scale around the world tour. When we tour on the road, when Van Halen tours, we carry about 72 hardened criminals and a bookkeeper. If you need a dose of VH, get a taste of the closest thing. Romeo Delight, the ultimate food. I hope you think I can't space it. Do it in our own home.
All right, Dave. Is going to release a second book. February. That's right. It's mailbag time again.
Yeah, I can't imagine this being very exciting for people, but I'm thinking of kicking off for the day. And I'll see you guys next Wednesday for sure.
Vociferous and sleepy time days. So Alex is going to release a second.
I'd love to see one more vote to break that tie between 1 and 3. That would be so cool. Just for ease of placement and stuff like that, I do a transfer of the major shapes, and I'll add some details that are spontaneous with the drawings to keep it lively and not just a trace job, you know. So it could take me an hour just to by hand draw all the accurate positions and the negative shape and stuff like that. So why take that time? Save some time. Transfer those shapes in that negative space. Get it all down, and then I can kind of riff off it from there, so that it's not a direct trace job. I just don't want to. I don't think anybody's interested in exact tracing of someone's favorite cover or something like that. I could be wrong, but I personally wouldn't want an exact trace job of something that someone else had done for me.
There's a sketch that I did here on Whatnot. It's on eBay. Have you guys seen that? I put a bid in on for it. If I win it, I'm gonna claim it again and probably color it and then resell it as a colored piece. I stepped away. Who is the winner of today's color sketch cover round? We haven't done the tally yet. I'm still of mixed mind whether I'm gonna sign off or keep working on this recreation live. I haven't decided yet. It's a pretty iconic cover. A lot of people ask about it. A lot of people think that I have hundreds of copies of this book for sale. None of those is true. So maybe you guys might be interested in watching me draw this or recreate this cover. Um, so maybe I'll stick around and work on it. But my instinct was that I was going to take a break, get something to eat. I don't like that ding. There's a ding there. Can you guys see that? I'm going to grab another piece of paper. In the meantime, if you haven't voted, Angela, Spidey Goblin, Human Fly, Snake Eyes with Pets, vote. Vote your eyeballs off. Vote. Oh, that's one way to do it. I remember ordering a bunch of these from Mr. Art online, and 5 or 6 tablets, and they all came bashed on the corner. And so I recently ordered some more supplies, and I told them what happened, and I was like, don't send me any dinged pads, please. And they all came perfect, extra. They all came extra well wrapped and looking good. So I appreciate that. You Whatnot whippersnappers, you don't know that Venom and Wolverine mashed at each other, had a fight, and scrapped with each other. Because this book is old, man. Wow, why can't I find anything? Is it because I cleaned up? I have 2 pencil lead sharpeners and I can't find either one. Keep working, mush mush. Was Marvel Comics Presents their first meeting? I don't honestly know. I know that was the other time that they met. There's a Sam Keith thing. And I just recently scored a bunch of those Marvel Comics Presents right here on Whatnot in a whole one of those box lots. I just haven't read it yet, and nor do I know the date. My instinct, my guess is that that was first, but the thing that's weird is that they haven't really met since, have they? Like with an official event, like a mini series, they probably might have crossed paths in a crossover, like Planet of the Symbiotes crossover or something like that. But they're like a distinct storyline with these two characters. And I don't think we've seen one since this book or since Marvel Comics Presents, whichever one came first. Oof, I don't draw like this anymore. So I'm going to put my touch. I'm going to put my 2026 touch on this 1990s cover. Oof. I don't know what some of this is. This is one of those pieces where it's about the energy and not the drawing. Not about the anatomical accuracy. Wow. Yeah. I don't even, my brain doesn't even think like this anymore. Is that a good thing? I don't know. I like this lightning bolt. I don't know. It's a highlight, supposed to be a highlight on his mask, but it's a lightning bolt pattern, and I like that. It kind of adds tension. I'm not sure I intentionally drew it that way. Like, ooh, this lightning bolt would be cool. Or if I was just trying to imagine lighting on a mask like that. Yeah, I could tell this piece is too long. It's amazing. It's amazing. Also, there's Wolverine has a stripe on the shoulder here that's missing. Nobody cares. It's just me. You whippersnappers don't care. And the bone claws, I did not like the bone claws. I didn't like the idea that Wolverine had claws before his bionic adamantium skeleton was put in. Didn't like the idea at the time, but when they give you a gig at Marvel Comics and they say, we want you to draw Venom and Wolverine going at it, you say, yes, please, may I have another? You don't say, I don't like bone claws, Jerry. That's not what you say. Any fans of the bone claws? Like, should Wolverine still have bone claws even today? I'm sure it's a cool visual reveal when Magneto removes the metal from his skeleton and he goes kind of feral because of the trauma that removing half your skeleton, you know, he must have been a very traumatic experience. I can imagine the reveal, the I imagine it's on the final page of a comic book where Wolverine's under duress. He's about to get jumped by Sabretooth or Lady Deathstrike or one of those villains, those savage assassin type villains, and they've got him at bay, and that's it, man. This is it, man. Wolverine / Logan, you're done for. You're powerless. We've got you. You're dead. And then suddenly, the last page, his bone claws pop, and it's revealed that even when he was a young mutant, before he was part of the Weapon X program, he had bone claws. And it's like, holy shit. I can imagine if you're a Wolverine fan at that time, you're like pulling your hair out for the next issue. But it's not really my thing. I don't like the idea. Much better like that the claws were added when they added the adamantium. But whatever, not my character. You can do whatever you like. Don't forget I have a signature here too. I even forgot my own signature. Even his mask is wrong. Very funny. There's a lot of fucking up in this drawing. But it's all good, man. It's all good. They made a t-shirt out of this shit. They made a t-shirt out of this drawing. I have one in my drawer. I wore it once to promote myself at a convention. So we've got 1, 2. What the hell? 1, 2, 3, 4 fingers. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Are these his fingers? Is there a thumb in there somewhere? That's not a thumb. I'm going to say those are all fingers. But shouldn't this finger be in front of this? Wow. It's all good, baby. Don't try to figure it out, baby. All right, let's do don't forget, vote for your favorite. Vote for your favorite. I think what I'll do is I'll auction some stuff off, give you guys the opportunity to steal some sketches from Northeast Comic Con this weekend. This you can't have. This has already been purchased. But this one is available. This is Spider-Man with Miles Morales. Sketch. It's single figures 150, an additional figures 100. It's 250 plus half a background. That's $300. So if you were to meet me at Northeast Comic Con this weekend, this would be $350. But because we're all buddies here on Whatnot, and I'm working out of the comforts of my own home studio, you get to save $50. Here we go. Okay, so while this is off running for auction, I'm going to continue to work on this piece. I'm not sure if we can do this. Let's give it a shot. Mm-mm. Is this weekend the first show of the year? It's not my first show of the year. I did something in Attleboro about a month or so ago, um, when we had our very first giant snowstorm here in Mass. It was supposed to be a 2-day show, and Saturday and Sunday, and you know, I made it because of my past experiences with winter signings. I made it a rule that I wouldn't do any shows until March, but just just because of the weather and stuff in the Northeast, and I made an exception for this one thing. My buddy Joe Goulart was putting the show together, so I thought, hey, let's give it a shot. I'll help him out, see if we can make some extra cash, and and lo and behold, we got smashed with serious snowstorm that Saturday. And so I went down for Saturday. I left. I was supposed to do Sunday, but I said I'm not. I'm not coming in for Sunday. And they actually ended up closing the whole mall where the show was at. So so that was my first show of the year. But this is the first official show of the year. Spring has sprung when Northeast Comic Con is happening. Love the show. It's a very fun, very laid back atmosphere. Um, Everybody's cool. I don't recall ever once meeting an a-hole at the Northeast Comic Con. Everybody's very laid back, lovely people. Gary is he's a hoot. He created his own Broadway rock musical. It was awesome. It was called The Beasties, and he'll have Beasties material at the show, I'm sure, including a vinyl soundtrack. Um, and then Joe Rubenstein's going to be there, world famous, iconic inker at Marvel, DC. He even inked one or two of my covers. I can think of one cover that he inked in particular. Um, I almost got him to do a cover for New Zodiacs, but he kind of flaked on me. So, but nice guy. And then Alex Saviuk will be there. He's long run on Web of Spider-Man, if I remember right. And he also did a Superman backup story back in the early 80s, which had a backup story about a pandemic that hit Metropolis in 2020. It was weird how it kind of predicted the future. So I bought that issue. My friend told me about it, and I bought that issue. I found it on eBay. If I think about it, I'll have Alex sign it for me. But I'm not, like I said yesterday, I'm not that big of a signer guy. But I do want to talk to him about that story. I'm sure he doesn't even remember it. He's done so much work over the years. Mainstay in mainstream superhero comics for decades, Alex Saviuk. A sweetheart of a guy, too. Very nice guy. He'll be at Northeast Comic Con, and Rick Parker will be there, and his wife Lisa Truciani. These are also old school Marvel editors and creators. And my buddy Keith Champagne will be there. Me and him, we've done Northeast Comic Cons probably more times than we care to admit. But fun show. Okay, so no one bought Spidey Miles for $50 off. Let's see what else we got here. How about Amazing MJ as Venom? Let's see if I even have this one available for auction. Don't. I do not. Let's put this one back because I don't feel like creating another item. But it's in the bin. You could go to the bin and do a search for MJ and you will find it. I'm pretty sure this one is in the auction section. Venom Spidey Ooze. You like how I spelled Spidey? I'm sure that's not intentional. Let's edit that out. Spidey Ooze confirm. So once again, $50 off. Grab this for $200. You're going to get your picture with Galaxy Quest. I couldn't tell you anything about Galaxy Quest, so probably not. I'll probably be hunkered down behind my table most of the weekend, unless it's really, really quiet, and then I will venture out and start chatting with everybody. Are you going Daytona? I know that you're going to Old School, right? Are you going to Northeast? Does anybody have experience with Galaxy Quest that they'd like to share with the class? No bites on Amazing. Spidey with Ooge. How about Jam Piece? Jam Piece. This will be great for Northeast, actually, because you get everybody, all the artists I mentioned, to contribute. Jam Piece starter up or Venom. I don't have a Spidey, but let's make a Spidey. Here we go. This is 200 at the show, 150 here on the Whatnot. So grab one of these today. And maybe you're not going to any NECC, but maybe you're going somewhere else closer to you, like in Jersey. I know there's a couple shows in Jersey pretty soon. They always have good artists in Jersey because a lot of very talented people still live and work in the New York City, New Jersey area. So can't lose there. I should be there Sunday for Alex. Who's Alex? Alex Saviak. That's a good place to see Alex because I bet he's swamped at shows like Boston and stuff like that. Joker remark. This will be 80. Well, this will probably be 60 because it's just half a face. This will be 60 at Northeast Comic Con, but get yours today. 450 Batman with Joker face remark. Here we go. $40. What a deal. I will see you on Sunday, I hope. Just come by and say hey. Look at the three-way tie. Look at the three-way tie for second place. Would love to break that tie up and get a definitive order. Come on, folks. Let's break up this tie. Vote for your favorite. Vote for your favorite sketch. Do it. Do it. I am going to have to pack up my stuff today, I think. Daredevil head sketch. $150. $50 discount. Go crazy. So I gotta figure out what I see. I just solved my problem. Daredevil up for auction. 15 seconds left. And we're gonna close up shop soon. Look at that sassy. Nobody likes Daredevil, but Netflix, but Disney Plus, but Born Again. My first foray into unsolicited drawing of a Ninja Turtle, and I'm starting to understand why I don't draw Ninja Turtles because I've had this sketch for a long time now. I'd say 6 months, 6 or 7 months, and nobody's biting. So here we go. 1 minute, $50 off. That's 33%. $33% off. Take it home today. Take your Ninja Turtle character home today. I'm not sure even which one this is. You guys decide. You guys decide which one it is, and I'll draw a tool in the background. like I'll draw like a pile of bodies or something in silhouette and then put his tool, like a sai or a sword, I'll put it in there so you know who it is. No bites. No worries. Off to NECC with you, sir. Anybody interested in voting today? I'd love to see somebody break that tie, at least get a second place, definitive second place person. That'd be great. Vote for your favorite. Mary Jane Watson remark on a Planet of the Symbiotes, cover by me. Inks by the mighty comic book icon Terry Austin. Doesn't get any better than Terry Austin. This is $80 on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday at Northeast Comic Con. Get it here for 60. Come on, man. Vote for your favorite sketch. It's hard to do auctions and voting at the same time. Vote for your favorite sketch. Let's get a second place. Let's get a second place winner. So we have a definitive. Somebody vote for Snake Eyes. Make Daytona happy as a clam. Here's a Venom Jam Piece starter upper. Take this to a show, any show. Get your favorite artists to fill in the space with their version of Venom or Venom supporting cast members or blah, blah, blah. This is a Jam Piece starter upper. Here we go. In the meantime, I'll draw some Venom Wolverine recreation. Oh, I didn't launch it yet. Let me launch it. There we go. 1 minute. Jam Piece starter upper. Venom. No charge for the twisted tongue or the saliva. This would be $200 at Northeast Comic Con right here on Whatnot. You save $50. A steal, I tell you. A steal. It's such a steal. We added an H into the word. It's a steal. Get your steals right here. Bling. That's totally cool. This is going with me to Northeast Comic Con. Here it comes. 2 more, and then we'll blow out today. Don't forget, vote. Sneak your vote in. Check these out. Vote for your favorite. I'll do the tally right after these 2. Here's a, this is an $80 remark on an X-Men Welcome to 2099 book. Only $60 here. On the whatnot. Save, save, save. And then I'm headed right back to this guy right here. No bites on X-Men Blue, 2099. Our final sketch of the day is a little Venom headshot here. Is this 150? It is. Oh shit. Yeah, this is 200. Easy 200 at a show. I should charge 200 for that here because there's a lot going on there. $100 for a head sketch / torso sketch, and then 100 for a background. But I'm going easy because the background was kind of simple, so it's 150. This would be 200 at Northeast Comic Con. I would grab this one if you're around because this is a good deal. If you're a Venom aficionado. We'll do one more pass on this. This is a combination piece, 2 sketches made into one image. Can you see those okay? All right, so I'm starting to call this the Venom Cityscape. Venom Spidey Cityscape. So 150 is 300. Background is 100, but it's kind of simple. So I'm calling the background $25 and $25, so $50 for this background. So 350. This yeah, this is $500 at a convention together. So save $150 today. usually at a show it's 200 for figure, and I'm going to call this a $50 background. So that's 250. So I'm only charging $50 for the entire background here. And this will probably be the last time that happens on the stream. No bites. No worries. Should we do one at a time? Anybody interested in a single half? We could try that. Venom, separation, anxiety, cityscape. It's 150 for the figure and then 50 for the simpler background. Here we go. So even here, it's still a deal. It's a super deal for both, but it's still a very good deal, $50 off from what I would charge at a convention or a signing. I see Grim Angel. And I looked at it fast and I thought it was my friend Peter Grimmage. But it's Grim Angel. Welcome. I hope you guys are following me. That would be cool if you guys followed me if you haven't already. You can also follow me on Blue Sky and on Instagram. And we'll do this one shot, one more time. Single figure with half of a background. Usually a full background is $100. This could be construed as a full background, but I'm just going to charge half price. So single figure is 150 here on the stream, 50 for the background. It's 200. Here we go. Let's see. Start auction. I'm going to do this one for 20 seconds. And then we'll do our tally for the day. Finish this one today. Kind of fun. And yes, why yes, pieces of scraps of things fly through the air in New York City all the time. Just go visit and catch one. Catch a piece. All right, let's do the tally. Here we go. It's a three-way tie. Anybody want to break? Anybody want to vote who hasn't voted already? Want to break that second place tie? Anybody want to vote? No worries. Let's close up shop 4:30. That's a good long show. So 20%, 20%, 4 votes each for number one. Number 3. And number 4. A very strong showing when people can't decide, or well, not can't decide, but when the quality of pieces are so tight that everybody's getting similar votes, except for this one, which is 38% of the vote goes to the Spidey Goblin piece, 38%. That's impressive. And now I'm going to do a final tally, including Facebook, Instagram, etc. Number 1 gets another 3 votes for a total of 7. Number 2 gets another 8 votes for a total of 16. Number 3 gets a total of 6 votes. There were a lot of votes for the human fly on my social media. 10 votes, and there were 3 votes for Snake Eyes. So it's a tie, third place. Still a tie, even it's a three-way three-way tie here. It's after social media is included. It's still a two-way tie, but a clear winner for second place is the human fly. And a definite winner. This is probably the broadest distance between first and second place is the Spidey Goblin. So tune in next week. We're going to do Wednesday Black and White Sketch Madness. And next Thursday, right here, 1 week from now, noontime, Thursday at noon Eastern, we'll do the third round of Sketch Madness Color. So I'd like to say thanks to everybody for hanging out today. I hope you had a good time. I'm going to finish this and bring it to my customer at Northeast Comic Con because I got to get this shit done, man. And I got to focus. And I'll see some of you or one of you at Northeast Comic Con. And I'll see the rest of you next Wednesday right here. Wednesday at noon Eastern. Okay? I hope you have a great weekend. And I'll see you next Wednesday. Looks like we got another vote for Snake Eyes. So he's officially third place and Angela is officially fourth place. Okay, good to know. See you guys later.